Good morning. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Staff present today are Stacy Jones, Emily Reyes, Denisha London, Trey Calls. Chair, will you please call this meeting to order?
This is James Hook. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. It is the 17th day of June, 2026, and I welcome everyone to the Board of Adjustment. This board is a citizen board appointed by the City Council. By state law, a minimum of 9 members or alternate members must be present to provide a quorum in order to conduct business. Today, we have a quorum with all, do we have 10?
11.
We have all 11 members here today. Today's meeting agenda can be found online at fortworthtexas.gov. Speaker registration forms for cases on today's agenda should have been turned in prior to the start of this session. Today's public hearing is being documented by cable television and video conference recording, which will be available on the city's website. To facilitate an orderly meeting, I'm asking everyone in the council to turn off their audible alarms on your electronic devices at this time so we will not be distracted during this meeting. Each case will be called in sequence listed on the agenda unless otherwise directed by me, the chair. The Board of Adjustment requests that the following rules of procedures be respected. Each case will be introduced by the City of Fort Worth Development Services Department. After presenting the facts of the case, the Board of Adjustment board members will have the opportunity to question city staff about the case and any applicable laws or regulations that may apply. This portion of the discussion is exclusively between city staff and the board members. You will have 7 minutes to present the facts of your case and why you believe your application meets the criteria for approval. If more than one person is presenting the case, it is necessary to divide the total 7 minutes among all parties so you do not exceed the allotted time. After the applicant has presented their case, I will call for any opposition to come forward. This is their opportunity to express why they believe the variance or special exception should not be approved. The opposition is also allotted a total of 7 minutes of time to be shared among all speakers. If opposition is presented to the variance or special exception, the applicant will have an additional 3 minutes of rebuttal time. The chair may allow a few more seconds in each presentation to ensure a speaker's final point can be made. Are there any translation cases? Okay. In 2013, there was a rule change regarding translation cases. When speakers require the service of a translator, all speaker times during those cases will be doubled. After the parties have presented their positions, the board members will have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and any opposition. During this time, all speakers must remember that all dialogue be directed to the Board of Adjustment only. There is no time limit during this period. After the board members have received answers to their questions, I will close the public portion of the hearing. Board members can discuss the case among themselves and city staff to determine whether or not an application meets or does not meet the criteria for approval. After this discussion, I will ask for a motion to approve, deny, or continue the case. City staff will call for a voice vote from each member. If an application is denied, an applicant will have 10 days in which to appeal to the court of appropriate jurisdiction. For more information on this and additional information on any case on today's agenda, you may contact the Board of Adjustment at 817-392-8026 after this meeting. If necessary, a closed executive session may be held with respect to the posted agenda times to enable the Board of Adjustment to receive advice from legal staff. The first order of business is to approve the minutes from our last month's meeting. Are there any objections to the minutes? Okay, then I hereby approve those minutes.
Yes, the first.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the first case. It's a translation case, BAR 26040, and staff will present that.
Good morning, Chair and board members. The first item on the agenda is case number BAR-26-040 for the property located at 7325 Mohawk Avenue. The property is owned by Nevimir Ital Rodriguez with Montoya Construction serving as the applicant. The property is zoned A-5, one family district, and the property is also located within the NAS JRB overlay district. The applicant is requesting two variances related to the residential parking requirements. Variance A is a request to allow fewer parking spaces than required for a one-family dwelling containing 4 bedrooms. The zoning ordinance requires 3 parking spaces for a 4-bedroom home. The applicant is proposing to provide only 2 parking spaces. Variance B is a request to allow all required parking spaces to be located in front of the front building wall. The zoning ordinance requires that for a 4-bedroom dwelling, 2 of the required parking spaces be located behind the front building wall. The subject property is a rectangular interior lot containing approximately 10,080 square feet and is located within an established residential neighborhood. The home was originally constructed in 1948 and does not have alley access. The site is not impacted by significant environmental constraints such as a floodplain or steep slopes. Several mature trees exist within the rear yard, and the existing residence contains approximately 1,372 square feet of living area and currently consists of 3 bedrooms. Staff reviewed the permit history for the property, and there are currently 2 active permits under review. One of them is for a 320 square foot residential addition. The applicant proposes a 320 square foot addition to the rear of the home, which would increase the residence of approximately 1,692 square feet and a result of a total of 4 bedrooms. Because the proposed addition increases the dwelling to 4 bedrooms, the zoning ordinance requires a minimum of 3 off-street parking spaces. The property currently does not contain a garage, and the submitted site plan shows the 2 parking spaces located within the existing driveway and accessible from Mohawk Avenue. As proposed, the development would provide only 2 parking spaces, which is 1 space fewer than the required by ordinance. Staff also reviewed the ability of the site to accommodate parking behind the front building wall. The existing residence maintains a side yard setbacks of approximately 5 feet on both the east and west side of the property. A standard parking configuration located behind the front building wall would require approximately 10 feet of width to provide a driveway access. And given the existing placement of the residence and limited side yard area, accommodating the parking behind the front building wall will not be possible. The applicant is also requesting approval of all parking spaces to remain in front of the front building wall. The submitted site plan indicates that the 2 proposed parking spaces will be located entirely within the driveway area in front of the residence. Staff reviewed the driveway coverage requirements of the zoning ordinance. The front yard area between the structure and the front property line measures approximately 1,878 square feet. The driveway paving area measures approximately 808 square feet, resulting in driveway coverage of approximately 43.02%, and this complies with the ordinance requirement that driveway coverage not exceed 50% of the front yard area. The existing driveway approach measures approximately 9 feet in width and extends approximately 45 feet in length. The proposed addition would increase lot coverage from approximately 15.4% to 18.50%, which remains below the maximum permitted lot coverage of 50%. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And should the board approve the requested variances, the applicant will still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and obtain all necessary permits. And this concludes staff presentation. I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Okay.
Yes. It looks like from what's shown there, the red on the slide is what's currently there. And it looks like there's a little secondary spot next to it. Is there not room for 3 cars in all that space?
So what's highlighted in red, what we were told was the proposed driveway. The applicant submitted this to building, and building was the one who put the holds, and then we confirmed with the applicant the 2 variances, and the applicant confirmed with us the 2 variances.
Okay, so adjacent to that red space where we've got the additional rectangle that shows that it's 20 feet long, that's not another parking pad?
You would have to ask the applicant on that, but we confirmed with them that as, right now, as of what's in red, is the driveway.
And if they did put the secondary in, would we be exceeding the amount of allowable front yard space?
Yeah, we would have to calculate the front yard coverage because they're already at 43%, where 50% is allowed.
Okay, I just don't see how it's at 43. Maybe I'm slow.
Yeah, so it looks like it's 11 feet wide and, if I can read this right, 45 feet long?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
That's not, I think some calculations need to be redone, but maybe we're including that 20 feet?
Yes, so the driveway, the front yard coverage is determined by all the concrete area within the front yard.
So there's already more concrete than what we're seeing in this drawing? That's a question, sorry.
Yes, so that area, to my understanding, that is, no, there isn't, based on the photo here.
I'm just not seeing how that could be, that current picture be 49%.
Any other questions? Okay.
So you're saying this house never had a garage?
If I'm corrected, it had a single garage, but then it was converted into a bedroom. But it was prior. It dated back to 2007.
And so at the time it was converted, it never got a variance to let them park in the front yard?
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, is the applicant here? Can you come up to the front, please? You have 7 minutes to speak. And then if there's opposition, please come to the front as well. If your case is coming up, please come to the front row and be ready to speak so we can keep this thing moving. We have 20 people here, 20 cases today, so we got to keep moving. Thank you. Go ahead. You have state your name and address, and you have 7 minutes.
Fidencio Montoya,
Fidelcio Montoya,
1415,
1415.
McBroom Street, Dallas, Texas.
¿Cómo es la calle?
McBroom,
MacBrome Street,
Dallas,
Dallas,
Texas.
Texas.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about the case. Tell us about your driveway, about your project.
Can't hear.
Yeah, pull the mic closer to his mouth so we can hear.
La idea sería poner el parqueadero a un lado del driveway que está, pero ese está en el plano que les pusieron ahí. No sé si lo mirarían.
Well, the idea was to put the driveway right there in the space that exists. I showed it in the designs. I don't know if you saw it.
O hacerlo al lado izquierdo, pegado a la casa.
Or to do it to the left side, close to the house.
Porque así está igual el de la otra casa, es de la misma dueña. Está un parqueadero ahí, tiene dos.
Because the house next to it is exactly the same. The owner of that house has it the same way.
Sería la segunda opción en caso de que no se pudiera hacer al lado del driveway, hacerlo al lado izquierdo, igual que la otra casa que está ahí.
It would be the second option to do it on the left side, the same way the house next to it has the driveway.
Esa sería la única idea de hacerlo ahí en la lado izquierdo, si no hubiera otra manera.
That would be the only other idea, is to build it to the left side if there's no other way.
Serían 10 pies por 16 pies.
It would be 10 feet by 16 feet.
Es un espacio para un carro nomás.
That would be the space for only one car,
Sería todo.
and that would be all.
Did you have anything else? You actually have 14 minutes. I misspoke earlier. You have 14 minutes since it's translation.
No, todos sería eso.
No, that would be all.
Okay, thank you. Is there any opposition made here to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The gentleman mentioned that the other option would be to mimic what the neighbor to the left, I believe, indicates. Do we know that that is in compliance?
No, we just reviewed this case. We didn't review the neighboring properties.
Because without that information, how do we know we're just agreeing to something that may not, in fact, be in compliance?
So the board's action is based on the case that's in front of us today. If you want to consider what's in the surrounding areas, of course you can consider it, but as far as it relates to today's action, it's related to the case that's here.
So I don't see any need to move it to the left. We already have a curb cut. We don't want to go through all that again. And I do understand on the second variance that we can't get behind the property. But that first variance, I guess I am still mystified why we can't take that driveway and after it comes in, open it out so that you would have a spot on the left, which would be sort of in front of the front door, and a spot to the right of it, and then a spot behind, and that would give us 3 parking spaces. I'm still not seeing that if we added that amount of concrete where we would exceed the 50%.
That's correct. So I calculated the driveway coverage. They're at 22%. So they do have more space where they can extend their driveway.
So they could extend it and not require variance A.
So to my understanding in the communication with the applicant prior to the public hearing is the driveway that they have is what they wish to.
What they wish to do. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that true?
He asked a question.
Duffy, I'm sorry. You had a question before me.
So this is kind of a staff question, but, or, I don't think we could approve 3 in the front yard, right?
Based on the dimensions of the driveway that's there, the existing driveway, it's only sufficient for 2 cars.
Right, but even if, is it possible to allow 3 in the front yard?
If the board decides to allow 3 in the front yard, they're required to have 2 spaces behind the front wall. The
Right.
3rd space can be behind or in the driveway.
Right, I just thought we couldn't ever do 3 in the front yard, but, okay. Okay. What are we asking?
Any other questions for the applicant before I close?
My
it?
have a
question is, they do plan to expand the driveway if needed, correct?
Sí.
Yes. They will plan to expand that driveway to the left side of the existing driveway exactly as you described. So that's what they're planning to do if we accept this. Do we have a copy
I
of the
didn't understand that.
plans? Do we have a copy here that's shown to us of that intent?
There's a page.
On the new plan. On the new plans, it shows how many feet would remain there. I don't know if they brought it.
So on this diagram that's currently being shown, the current plans are only to have the space that is delineated in red as concrete at this time.
Which, if it's 45 feet long, is long enough for 3 cars. No? Mr. Riley?
Did we get an answer to my question? Current plan is just for where the red is shown on this picture?
It only fits 2 cars where the red is.
Right, and I'm asking what the,
That's what they're asking for, isn't it?
just
Two
the red.
cars
2 cars, yeah.
for a three-bedroom, four-bedroom house.
Sí, ese es el plano existente, que son 2 carros nomás, pero en el plano que se entregó nuevo, trae las medidas exactas para poder hacer los tres espacios.
Yes, this plan shows the actual plan, the way it is for 2 cars, but in the new plan, it shows the additional space needed for 3 cars.
Commissioners, this is Maribel. Currently, that plan would only fit 2 cars. A standard parking space is 9 by 18. So 18 times 3 would be 54 feet in length.
So the applicant just explained that there's a new plan to place 3 cars. Emily, do we have a new plan?
We do not.
Okay, let's go and close the public hearing, and we'll open it up to discussion among the board. You guys can have a seat. We'll get right back to you. Thank you.
The plan that we see up on the screen now, I don't have a problem with at all. The only thing is that it'd be hard to park a car in that square cube that extends to the left or to the right as we're looking from on top. My question would be, do they plan to soften that angle so you can actually drive into that parking space?
They're not planning on that parking space.
Is that true?
Just the red.
I think he said the opposite. I'd like to have a question.
We don't have another plan. Staff does not have another plan, right?
Of course, they're just requesting 2 spots. That's what one of the variances is. They're just
Right.
allowing 2 spots, though they don't need 3. I mean, they're requesting 2.
If we
since
grant the
we're four bedroom.
variance, they don't need
Right.
another spot. Yeah.
And I also may have missed, was there anybody here to speak in favor of this case that I may have missed? Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
I would like to ask the applicant to clarify again what their request is, because I'm hearing 2 different things.
You could come back up, please. Thank you.
So, Board Member Powell, I'm sorry. The request is to provide less than the number of parking spaces that are required. They are required 3 parking spaces, and they only asked to provide 2. And the 2 spaces will be provided in that red highlighted area on the screen where the current driveway is sufficient enough to park 2 vehicles. And they're also asking to allow the required spaces. So if you approve variance A, then the number of required spaces will become 2. They're asking to allow those 2 spaces in front of the front building wall, or else the 2 spaces will be required behind the front building wall. And the applicant has explained that there's no room or option for them to park the 2 cars behind the front building wall.
I am clear that there is no space to park behind the building wall or the backyard, however we want, whatever word choice one wants to use. But however, he did state that if need to be, they're willing to extend the driveway. Did y'all submit a plan in regard to the extension that you spoke on? Was a plan submitted?
Sí, está el plan, pero no sé por qué no aparece ahí.
Yes, there's a plan. I just don't know why it's not here.
So you did submit a plan?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. That's the discrepancy. He says they did submit a plan. Staff says there's no plan. So until this discrepancy is cleared up, I would recommend a continuance because they're saying a plan was submitted and then staff is saying a plan is not.
So if I can add, Board Member Powell, the plans that are on the screen before you and included in the docket for the case is the information we received. If the applicant did submit something, it would have been after our intake deadline, but according to our records, I don't recall receiving any additional plan for this case. The request before you, the board can alter the variance to approve 3 spaces in the front yard, and the applicant can still add that 3rd space if the board so choose, because he has more area to increase the driveway coverage since he's at 22%.
I'll go ahead and close the public hearing again. Please have a seat. We'll go back to discussion. Okay.
So it seems that we really have to approve variance B because he has he has to have 2 parking spaces in front of the house. He's got 5 foot on each side of the house right now. He can't put a driveway into the backyard. So that's something that should have been done years ago, was just approve his front yard parking. The question is about 3 spots. This gentleman has the option, if we don't have a plan for 3, this gentleman has the option to add a 320 square foot study to the back of his house. A bedroom would trigger a new parking spot, but he could put a 320 square foot study on the back of his house and create some more value. I assume he's an investor, and wouldn't require additional spots at all. So my suggestion is that we do that. We don't need to make him do 3 spots, but we do have to give him the front yard parking for the 2 spots he has.
But you're talking about he could create a study in the back of his house?
He can make a study doesn't trigger new parking.
Again, do you not know?
Or an office.
Can you justify and say that that will not cause him hardship?
I think what I'm suggesting is something to cause him the least amount of hardship.
Not necessarily. You don't know his financial, you don't know.
No,
We
I'm
don't know
saying-
his personal business.
He's
So we
suggesting
can't.
a 320 square foot bedroom.
Again, we don't know if that would cause a hardship. We haven't.
That's the reason we're here, is because he wants to put an addition on.
Yeah.
Mr. Riley?
I don't think we need to go into how that's used. It probably has a bathroom, it probably has a closet, all things call it a bedroom. But I do think that what we have in front of us is variance A, there is no hardship. Variance B, there's a hardship. So I would be inclined to deny variance A. He can add another parking spot and he says he's already planning on doing that. We just don't see the drawing. So if he's already planning on doing that, then we're fine by denying.
Again, you said, we just don't see the drawings. He said he submitted the drawings.
Right, yeah, I'm saying so it's fine to deny it because he's already planning on doing it.
How are we gonna deny something that he said that he submit and the staff said that they didn't receive? I highly respect the staff said that that's a if he submitted, it came after. Again, we don't have no concrete evidence that it was a if after the deadline. It could have been before the deadline.
So
So to be transparent, fair and honest, that's the only way I'm gonna move.
If I can just add a point of clarity, the information we received for the Board of Adjustments case is the information that has been provided to the board. I think Ms. Freed is saying that the board, that from her perspective, variance A can be denied because it's something that he can do by right without the board's decision, is to add the additional parking space in the front yard. So to add that additional parking space would not require him to come before the board.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What triggers the need for the third parking spot?
Because he's increasing the number of bedrooms in the house. 3 bedrooms require 2 parking spaces behind the front wall, plus each additional bedroom requires 1 additional parking space, and that parking space can either be behind the front wall or in the driveway.
So this is a self-created hardship. If he was not doing an addition,
So if he was not doing an addition, he would be required 2 parking spaces. Those 2 parking spaces are required to be behind the front wall.
when did that become an ordinance behind the front building line?
I believe in 2004.
So
Correct.
So it happens.
What year was the garage? 2000?
We don't know what year the garage was. We don't have the permits for that garage conversion. As far as we can see from Google aerial maps, they go back to 2007.
So this is a self-created hardship because of the addition. If he was not to add anything to the building, remodel it within, then he wouldn't be before this board.
Right, it wouldn't have been triggered.
And next question is, what is the required front yard setback in this, for this property?
So for this property, according to the zoning district, the front yard setback is 20 feet. However, this property is within a neighborhood that is established. So about 45 feet seems like the average for the established front yard.
Okay, so he does not have an option to build all this out in the front yard.
He has to build the parking or build his house further out in the front? No. He'll require a variance to project into the established front yard.
I just want to make that clear. So, in summary, is he's creating this hardship by doing an addition, adding a third bedroom. If he was just to maintain it as a 2-bedroom home, he wouldn't be before us.
To my understanding, we would not have caught that he
Thank you.
didn't have the required spaces.
Thank you.
I would like to say, I don't agree that it's a self-created hardship. Again, we can't determine how his family has grown, or if he didn't had more children, or what his personal reason for adding. It could be because he didn't had extra other children. It could be that he's not raising, but it could be he and his wife are caretakers of maybe both parents or one parent, a senior citizen. We have no reason. I mean, we can't, let me say, not we, personally, I disagree with self-imposed hardship. We cannot, there's no evidence that we can prove that this is self-hardship.
Thank you, Mr. Riley.
I have one more question, might have to reopen it to ask the applicant.
We'd reopen the public hearing if you guys would come back up again.
My question is this is it intended this to be a homesteaded property or owner occupied? Or is it going to be a rental property?
En realidad la casa no es mía, yo nomás estoy haciendo el trabajo.
Honestly, the house is not mine. I'm just doing the work.
wanna ask-
Thank you.
Did they answer that?
Not really, but it doesn't, I don't, my question is if it is truly the conditions of an expanding family and stuff of that nature, or taking in an elderly person or something like that, that becomes maybe a little bit of a gray area for his hardship. But if it's an investment property, you're just adding square footage to where the house becomes more marketable. I don't see that. But
Do you want to clarify your answer to that question?
Sí,
no, that's all I took from it.
Okay.
He's just a contractor.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll close the public hearing again and open it back up to more discussion and hopefully a motion soon. Thank you.
On this particular case, we all the time see we allow for variances where we shorten the distances, we give more room. We have a growing city. I don't have a problem with allowing him to park 2 cars in front. If he builds whatever he wants to do in the back of the house, allow for 3 cars, and he has to extend the driveway. So I'm willing to make that compromise for them. It's a growing city. Their space is becoming more tight, and we will see this over and over. So he's got the signature of his neighbors. There's no one against this, so that's my opinion. I have no problem letting him park 2 cars in front, and if he builds this, we will demand that he builds a 3rd parking space and expand the driveway.
So you're saying deny variance 1 and approve variance 2, or A and B?
That's correct.
I agree with Sergio as well.
You have a motion?
This is Johnston. I move that BAR 26040 be approved as written with votes on each of the subparts, separate votes on A and separate vote on B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve variance A and B, voting separately as requested by the applicant for case BAR 26040. Motion made by Board Member Michael Johnston and second by Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta. I'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten.
Are we going to just?
Variance A.
Okay, and I want to make sure I understand on what we are voting on, because we're now voting to let him permit fewer than 3 spaces
In the front yard.
in the front yard. Okay, I'll vote yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Bob Riley.
No.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
Board Member, that's all. Okay. Variance A fails for the lack of non-affirmative votes. Now we'll take the vote for variance B. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. You can speak to city staff tomorrow if you like. All right, next case, BAR 26053.
The next case is BAR-26-053 for the property located at 3201 Mitchell Boulevard. The property is owned by Frank Hernandez Sacido, and the applicant is Yesenia Diaz. The property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting 1 special exception and 1 variance. Special exception A is a request to allow a solid wood fence to be located within the required front yard. Variance B is a request to reduce the required side yard setback for a non-habitable accessory structure. The zoning ordinance requires a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting a setback of 2 feet 6 inches along the southern property line. The subject property is approximately 7,021 square feet in area and is located within the established residential neighborhood. According to Tarrant Appraisal District records, the primary residence was constructed in 1950. A place of worship abuts the southern property line, and the site contains several mature trees and is not located within a floodplain. The property does contain a downward slope of approximately 8.4%, beginning at the western property boundary and extending toward the eastern property boundary. Staff reviewed the permit history for the property, and code compliance case CC 26-00604 was opened and issued on May 6 of 2026 for work occurring without permits related to the storage shed that is the subject of this request. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow a solid fence within the required front yard. According to the submitted site plan, the existing fence is located along both the northern and southern side property line and extends approximately 29 feet beyond the front wall of the primary structure into the required front yard area. The applicant is requesting approval for a solid wood fence measuring approximately 4 feet 6 inches in height. The applicant is also requesting a variance to allow an existing storage shed to encroach into the required side yard setback along the southern property line. The storage shed measures approximately 12 feet by 12 feet for a total of approximately 144 square feet and has a height of 10 feet. The A-5 zoning district requires a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting a setback of 2 feet 6 inches, resulting in a deficiency of 2 feet 6 inches from the ordinance requirement. The storage shed is located within the southwest portion of the property. Staff also reviewed lot coverage as a part of the analysis, and the existing lot coverage is approximately 26.47%. With the storage shed included, lot coverage increases to approximately 28.46%, which remains below the maximum permitted lot coverage for 50%. These are the proposed elevations. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And if the special exception and variance are approved, the applicant will still be required to obtain all necessary permits and comply with all other applicable development standards. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions?
Yes.
Okay, it's free.
Yeah, I have a question. On A, the special exception for a fence up to 4 feet. And this fence is 4 feet 6 inches.
Staff administratively approved the 6 inches.
Thank you, because otherwise we'd need another one, right?
Correct.
Perfect, okay. And the drawing that the image you had up just a second ago, right, stop. So the 12 by 12, that's a storage shed?
Yes.
We know, does that have a concrete pad? Is that what that's demonstrating right there, those poles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is the applicant here to speak? If you come on up, this is a translation case, so you have 14 minutes. And then if there's anybody here to speak anybody else here to speak in favor or opposition, please come to the front. Thank you. Go ahead, state your name and your address, and you have 14 minutes.
Buenos días, me llamo Frankie Hernández.
Good morning, my name is Frankie Hernandez.
Vivo en la 3201 Michelle Boulevard, Fort Worth, 76105.
I live in 3201 Michelle Boulevard, Fort Worth, Texas, 76105.
El motivo de que vine ahora es porque, como miran ahí en el plano, enfrente de mi casa hice una fence de madera.
The reason why we're here, as you can see there on the plans, I built a wooden fence in the front of my property.
Como tengo un año que compré esta casa, es mi primer casa, y como tengo vecinos, y yo pensé que no tenía que sacar permiso para hacer la fence enfrente.
And since I've only had this house for about a year and I've been there with the neighbors, I didn't think I needed a permit to build a fence for the house.
Y ya tengo como 6 meses que la hice
It's been 6 months since I built it,
y apenas fue como un mes que fue el del Siria a darme el ticket porque ya la tengo hecha y también del storage.
and about a month ago, somebody from the city went there because I had already built it and I had already started the storage.
Y pues nomás vengo para ver si me dejan, pues como ya la tengo hecha la fence, a ver si me dejan que no me la quiten, pues.
And I came here to see it since I've already built the fence, if I could keep it and you not take it away from me.
Y el storage, tan no lo tengo terminado, nomás tengo el carcaje, por lo mismo que pues, no lo he acabado, porque pues a ver qué me dicen aquí.
And while the storage, I haven't finished building it, I just have the interpreter to clarify.
Ujú. Nomás los barrotes puestos, no está acabado.
Just the frame and the beams, it's not finished yet.
Así como ahorita dijo la señora, donde está el garage, no, ¿cómo se llama? El storage no es de cemento la placa, es de plywood.
And as the lady said earlier, the storage floor is not concrete, it is made out of plywood.
Tengo sentado en pedazos de cemento de 2 pies por 1 pie.
I have it sitting on pieces of concrete that are 2 by 1 feet,
Sería todo.
and that would be all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none, we'll open it up to questions from the board. Go ahead, Kay.
Sir, on your drawing, I think to the left side of the drawing we're seeing right now, was there already a fence there that the church had built?
Sí, era de tela.
Yes, it was mesh.
What do you mean by mesh? Like
Malla.
chain link?
Malla.
Chain link.
And is it still there?
Sí.
Yes.
So your fence is masking that?
Sí.
Yes.
And according to city code, the church is required to maintain a fence between the church and residential property?
No.
So that was just a decision on the church's part?
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Hi. On your shed, is there a reason why you built it where you did? Because you look like you would have plenty of space to meet the 5-foot setback.
Donde le puse de 2 pies 6.
Where I put it there, dijo 2 o 12?
2.6.
The 2.6?
So where you've already started the shed, and your drawing here does not meet the 5-foot setback. So my question is, my comment is, it looks like you have plenty of room where you could meet the setback. Is there a reason why you did not place it 5 feet from the property line?
Ok. Y como el garaje tiene más o menos 3 pies, por eso yo más o menos me guié más o menos a esa distancia.
Well, because the garage has like give or take 3 feet, that's why I estimated the distance for the shed.
Al lado de acá, de abajo, sí tiene los 5 pies igual el store.
From the lower part, it does have the 5 feet.
Lower part, but your drawing notes 2 and, I don't know if that's a 1/6.
2 feet 6 inches.
Thank you.
Al lado de la iglesia.
Yes, towards the side of the church.
Okay, it just looks like you have plenty of space to have met the 5-foot setback.
Correct.
Thank you.
So again, back to the fact that has been no concrete laid, my question is, how difficult would it be to move that shed just over 2.5 more feet towards the garage?
Es que como ya está el cuarto hecho, pues no se puede.
Well, it's
No puede
because
uno.
I've already, the room's done, I can't. Interpreter to reflect that the applicant is showing a picture of the construction.
If he have a physical copy of the picture, he can give it to staff and we'll project it. We'll just have to keep that picture.
It's on his-
No.
No.
Emily, are there any pictures that were submitted with this application in the docket?
No.
Okay, I guess since you said it was on some concrete blocks, I assume that they could possibly be moved. And you're telling me that that is not possible or it's difficult? What is?
Es difícil moverlo, necesitaría pues, desarmarlo todo, pues.
It would be difficult to move it. I would have to take it all apart.
Thank you.
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
From the church parking lot to his property, is there a change in altitude or height? From the church's parking lot to his property, it's not flat, right? Is that correct?
Sí, no, va de bajada.
No, it goes downhill.
Goes downhill from his property to the church or from the church property to his property?
Donde está el storage mío de la iglesia está más alta como 2 pies.
From where my storage is, the church is higher about 2 feet.
And what about at the front of the house where the fence is?
Está igual a nivel así de bajada.
Okay.
The level's the same. It's a downward.
Okay, any other questions? The applicant. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and we'll open it up for discussion. Thank you. Mr. Riley.
This is somewhat related to this case. We had discussions probably about 9 months ago about having administrative approvals for side yard setbacks, and was curious. My recall was that it was going to be 2.5 to 3 feet where it could be done administratively. Is that correct?
Yes, so we are still working on text amendments to reduce the setback to 3 feet for accessory structures. Currently, the detached garages are already allowed to have a reduced setback of 3 feet.
So I didn't see any correspondence or anything from the neighbor to the north. For me personally, the fence adjacent to the church, I've got no problems with. But on the other side, staff, did we have anything from that neighbor or any communication?
No.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So we're working on a new administrative rule that that the administration can do it just 3 feet?
That was originally proposed 9 months ago, but it has not been.
Well, that's right, it hasn't happened yet, but
Right.
if it had happened, we'd be talking about a variance of 6 inches. Correct? Because the administration could approve 3 feet, so we're now just being asked to do 2.5 feet. Okay, so we'll make sure. I'll go ahead and say, I don't have a problem with this. Either one, the fence or the shed, yes. We all wish he'd made it a little farther in, but if the city is going to change its administrative code so that the staff can approve to 3 feet, he'd be coming here and asking us for another 6 inches.
So the city, we have proposed some revisions. They're currently being reviewed and discussed internally. In order for that text amendment to come to fruition, it'll need to go through zoning commission for approval and ultimately to council for the final approval. And that hadn't happened yet.
Sure, I understand. I'm just saying if we were here 6 months from now, we'd be talking about 6 inches instead of,
Maybe, but either way.
Potentially if it's approved by city council, but it hadn't been proposed to city council at this time.
This is Johnston. I don't have a problem with the front yard fence on the side where the church is. I do have a problem with the other side, because what happens is these cases are not done in isolation. If one person had, then the next person, then all of a sudden we have a neighborhood of fences in the front yard. Is there any way that we can basically split that special exception to allow the one on the church side, but not the other side?
Yes, that can be a stipulation made with the variance.
And I don't have a direction on this chart. Is the church on the north or the south?
To the left.
The church
The
is
church
on the
is to the
south,
south.
The south, okay.
where the shed is.
Where the shed is, okay.
So that's part of why I don't have a problem with the shed. I don't have a problem with the shed, and I don't have a problem with the fence on the church side, but I'm with you. I do have a problem on the fence by the other neighbor.
I've got one other question. The parking that's indicated on the aerial photo of the church, is that parking all the way to the property line, or is there a setback on that?
Can you repeat your question?
On the aerial photo, which is up here right now, it indicates parking abutting his south property line. Is that parking all the way to the property line, or is there a setback of that parking from the property line?
It appears to have a setback. There is some green space that I can see and some mature trees that's in that area between parking and the property line.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem, I think, approving both the special exception, but maybe, like some of the members have stated, the fence in the front yard on the north side of the lot probably needs to be reduced to 4 inches, 4 feet, which is that's allowed.
Yes.
So the fence currently is 4 feet. It's just the special exception is to allow the solid wood fence up to 4 feet. Because by right, they'll be allowed an open design fence at 4 feet in the front yard.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Okay, make sure I understand. The 4'6" really is not an issue. It's just the material.
Yes, it's a solid wood fence.
Okay, thank you. And you've done a very nice job to the property.
Ms. King.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with the shed issue. When I hear the owner indicate that it would be difficult considering the fact that the shed, and correct me if I'm wrong, is not on a concrete pad, but on smaller concrete blocks that could in fact lend themselves to have this structure moved. So is the property owner even willing to entertain that? Because I haven't seen a picture of how far along this building has been erected. I'm still struggling with
Bring
it.
him back up, ask.
Yeah.
Can we have the applicant come back up to the podium, please? We have a question.
Yeah, how far along is the structure in its building?
El 80%.
Like about 80%.
Ok. Los 2.6 es de mi fence.
The 2.6 is from my fence.
Ok. De la fence mía a la fence de la iglesia tengo más de un pie.
From my fence to the church's fence, there's more than a foot.
But does that address the issue of where the shed is placed? I mean, is there an obstruction or something that doesn't allow you?
Mr. Chair, can I ask to the applicant, if you have a photo on your phone, if you would like to submit it, we will try to project it from the phone?
Okay, thank you.
May require you turning up the brightness on there. Not sure how. Can you turn it around? One more time. Turn it around. Yeah.
Is that the current state?
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's a wood frame?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing again. Thank you.
I have a staff question. It seems like we have a height limit for sheds, is that correct?
That is correct. 10 feet is the maximum height.
Was it stated in the application of how tall the shed is?
Yes, in their elevations, they have it at 10 feet.
And that's within allowance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I have just one more comment. I don't have a problem with any of this. From the back of the neighbor to the back of the yard, there's already like a 4-foot drop. Is that correct? And so it's not going to look any nicer if it's 3 feet further in. I don't see a problem with the fire control, fire department coming back there. So I don't have a problem with both of these motions.
This is Johnston, and I hope that I'm not complicating everyone's life. But I would make a motion that special exception A be granted as written, and then also a motion that special exception A be granted only as to the south fence.
So one motion, special exception A to be approved for the solid wood fence along the south side of the property.
I tell you what, I'll modify that. I'll just say to move that the special exception A be granted as to the north side of the property, but not the south side of the property.
Opposite.
Opposite, okay. I promised you I'd confuse your life. So the motion would be to grant the special exception A as to the south side of the property, but not the north side of the property.
And I'll second that.
Okay. We vote
Now,
on
do we have a motion for A and B, or is this just for A?
Let's just stick with A for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're coming back to B.
Ms. Duffy.
I'd like to put another motion on top of that one. I'd just like to motion that we approve it as written. I think this gentleman's invested some nice money in that fence the way it is, and it's made an upgrade to the neighborhood, and I don't see a reason that we have to reject this one.
Second.
I'd like to motion that we approve as written.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Board Member Michael Johnston and a second by Board Member Freed. However, we have a counter motion by Board Member Freed and second by
No, I second.
Board Member
Duffy.
Duffy and second by Board Member Powell. Can we accept the counter, or we have to vote on the second?
We have to vote on the second.
No, you can accept an alternate to the alternate, and we'll vote on them in reverse order.
Okay.
So if there is a third motion, we can hear that.
Well, we've got, so we have two motions on the table.
We can go to 3.
We're going to vote first on both fences. Is that right?
Unless there's an alternate motion in a second.
Ms. Herrera has a alternate.
Hello, there we go. I have a counter to the two. So mine is for special exception to approve the 4-foot fence on this 4-foot fence on the south side that butts up to the church, but the left side, no, on the solid wood fence, that they would need to build a fence 4 feet that is allowable.
So that's the same motion
That's the
that Board
same
Member
motion.
Johnston made.
Yeah, that's,
I didn't hear him, so I thought he agreed to leave the solid wood fence, no?
He
On
agreed
the-
to leave the solid wood fence on the south side and not the north side of the property.
Okay, sorry, then I would concur with his.
Okay, so now we'll take the vote for Board Member Kay Duffy to approve special exception A as written.
Can I,
Mr. Riley, go ahead.
before we take action, if the original motion was approved, I just want to make sure everybody understands, all he would have to do is remove every other picket.
Yes.
And then it becomes an open fence, which would be allowed.
Can we go back to the picture?
Yeah, because it's, the code is 50% open.
You remove every other picket, you've got an open fence.
You're in compliance.
And why? Like, why would?
Serve the neighborhood, but I'm not debating that. I just wanted to make sure that
Can you
everybody
speak
understood. I just want to make sure everybody understood. What we're voting on is the solid wood fence in the front yard. And if he had removed every other picket on the one that's adjacent to a neighbor, not to a church, then it'd be good. So I just wanted to make that understood.
So we're going to vote on Ms. Duffy's first, which says leave both of them solid.
Board Member Duffy, would you like to proceed or withdraw your motion?
No, I like my motion the way it is.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll take a vote for case BAR-26-053. A motion made by Board Member Duffy and second by Board Member Powell to approve special exception A as requested by the applicant. I'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
No.
Board Member Bob Riley,
No.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
No.
Board Member James Hook,
No.
Board Member Sandra King,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
No.
The motion to approve special exception A fails.
Can we now proceed with
The original.
my motion?
Yes.
Yes, so the original motion made by Board Member Michael Johnston and second by Board Member Deborah Freed was a motion to approve special exception A with stipulations of granting the solid wood fence along the south side of the property and not along the north side of the property. Is that correct, Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
No.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes. The fence can remain along the south side of the property, and the fence has to be removed along the northern side of the property, abutting the residential home.
So I'll make a motion now regarding BAR 26-053, the variance item B, to approve the shed in the backyard with a 2-foot 6-inch side yard setback.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for case BAR-26-053 to approve variance B as requested by the applicant. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes. So just to restate, special exception A has been granted with stipulations of allowing the solid wood fence along the southern side of the property, and variance B has been granted.
Okay, thank you. You can speak to the city staff if you like as early as tomorrow. Okay, next case, BAR 26031. Staff will present, and anybody that's speaking in favor or opposition, please come to the front. Thank you.
The next case is BAR-26-031, located at 1406 Thomas Place. The property owners are Dietrich and Madison Davis, and the applicant is Wade G. Chappell. The property is zoned A-5, one-family district. The case was continued from our last meeting because the board wanted to see different drawings of the carport. Staff has not viewed these renderings, but the applicant will be presenting them. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one-family A-5 district development standards, requiring a minimum 5-foot side yard setback in order to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, specifically a detached carport, to encroach into the required side yard setback along the southern property line. The required minimum side yard setback is 5 feet, and the applicant has requested a side yard setback of 0 feet. The subject property is a 15,625 square foot lot located within an established residential neighborhood. The property is relatively flat and was platted with alley access. Several mature trees are located within both the front and rear yards, and staff notes that the property is not located within a regulated floodplain. There are no additional environmental constraints associated with the property, and according to Tarrant Appraisal District records, the primary structure was constructed in 1932. An existing garage is currently located approximately 1 foot within the required side yard setback and approximately 1 foot 6 inches within the required rear yard setback. Staff notes the following lot history. Board of Adjustment variance approved to permit construction of a garage and guest house within 1.5 foot to the rear yard setback and 1 foot side yard setback. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a detached carport within the southwest portion of the lot. The proposed carport measures approximately 13 feet 4½ inches wide by 24 feet in length and approximately 11 feet in height. The applicant is requesting a 0-foot side yard setback along the southern property line, resulting in a setback deficiency of 5 feet from the required minimum side yard setback. Staff notes that the current lot coverage on the property is approximately 28.8%, where a maximum lot coverage of 50% is permitted. And if approved, the proposed carport would increase the total lot coverage to approximately 30.8%, which remains compliant with the maximum lot coverage requirement. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And the applicant is required to comply with all applicable building code regulations, including fire resistance, rated construction requirements. The proposal must also comply with all other applicable development regulations. And this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, is the applicant here? Okay, come on up, please. Give us your name, address, and then opposition, please come to the front. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Wade Chappell. I live at 6329 Klamath Road, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm here again to clear up some concerns, specifically 2 items, one being rain runoff and the other being the positioning of the columns as they correlate to the existing brick fence, which is 5 feet high. I do have a presentation to put up, and everybody's getting a packet copy of that as well. Apologize, I missed the deadline for electronic submittal, so we'll have to go old school packet. So as you'll see from the first photo, is it possible to get this up on the projector? Thank you very much. So as a refresher, the Davises requested a 5-foot variance to build a carport in front of the garage. The garage received a variance. I guess there's some discrepancy. Last hearing, it was 0. This week, it's 1 foot. Regardless, with that variance approval, the previous owner decided to build the edge of the garage wall 1 foot 6 3/4 inches off of the property line to allow for overlap, to make sure that all boundaries remain civil and they didn't encroach into the neighbor's property. And as such, there's a 5-foot wall, solid brick structure in the back, which you can see from both photos. Could you go to next slide, please? As you can see in the photo on the right, the brick wall is starting to fall over towards the Bailey's property. And on the left, you can see it kind of has a gentle lilt and a beautiful row of trees on the right. It is Mr. Davis's desire to take this wall down, rebuild it, and integrate the columns into it so that it is not only functionally superior, but it also is aesthetically pleasing. Next slide. So here's a front elevation, and I'll start at the top right of the carport roof structure, which would be along the property line. And we would actually be requesting a lesser but still intrusive 3-inch from the property line variance as opposed to 0 inches. So you can see in the faded sections in the middle, this really pushes the columns to the right out of the way of any vehicular traffic. And we'll show in some later slides a second rendering where the carport columns are built to match the garage's 1 foot 6 3/4 inch setback. Next slide. This is the bird's eye view of the roof structure. It's a flat roof and it slopes from right to left, 1/2 over 12 inches. So any rain that's going to hit this thing is going to stay on the Davis's property. Next slide. And here's a full site plan showing the columns integrated into the design of the brick wall on the right side. Next slide. This is the Davis's side yard. They have 5 family members. They're going to be getting more cars over time. As I mentioned previously, Mr. Davis is in livestock, sheep specifically. He's a 3rd-generation sheep farmer. That truck is over 26 feet long. So navigating in and around that thing is going to be a challenge, and that's really the self-imposed hardship. Next slide. Is the support letter from the next door neighbor who we already had a support signature from, but he wanted to address concerns from the board specifically about runoff and intended use of the property to stay in the family's possession, not to mention that there's an enormous 200-foot tall cottonwood tree next door, which I'll show you some photos of. Next slide. This is a view from the Davis's backyard looking into Mr. Bailey's property. Those are probably 40-foot tall mature magnolias that I described earlier. And you can see the top of the wall if you pull it up a little bit, the crowd. Thank you. Next slide. It's taken from Mr. Bailey's side of the property, and it supporting evidence that his assertion that runoff from his property goes down towards that fence wall and then runs to the street and into the storm sewer runoff system. Next slide. This tree, I'm going to talk to Mr. Bailey and to the Parks Department about getting it designated as a heritage tree. It's enormous, it's beautiful, it's an addition to the neighborhood. No one's going to ask for that tree to be cut down to build another house anytime soon. It was here before us, and it'll be here long after we're gone. Next slide. So moving on to the comparison of if we built the columns to line up with the garage. First, we went back to the architect and asked for him to downsize the width so they're not as much of an intrusion into the property. But in the left picture, you can see where the inner edge of the column would basically line up as it comes down the driveway. And on the right, you can see that little yellow arrow approximately where that location would be. Next slide. So here's a similar site plan with the 1 foot 6 3/4 inches offset from the property line. Next slide. It's going to be the roof profile, same metrics, same design. Next slide. This is the one that really is missing a little bit. On the right side, you can see that it will leave from the roof a 1 foot 4 inch gap and a 1 foot 6 3/4 inch gap at the bottom. But what this doesn't show is a 9-inch wide brick wall that's going to be between the new brick column and the property line. So it's going to leave a little over 9 inches of space for no reason. The intent and purpose of the 5-foot setback is so that you can run a fire hose all the way around the property. So if you're taking up an area this big and only leaving this tiny little areaway, it doesn't really serve the toner and intent of the ordinance, in my opinion. Next slide is a comparison of one next to the other so that you can see the 3-inch versus the 1 foot 6 3/4 inch variance options. Next slide. Again, this is what we're talking about that they're going to have to deal with, maneuvering large vehicles around a small space. Next slide. These are not in your packet. This is a list that I put together of all approved side yard variances within a 3-block radius. The next slide is a screen capture from Acela where we pulled this information from. And then the last slide is a better map highlighting each case as approved with a star on our property. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. 30 seconds if there's anybody else here to speak in favor.
I would like to add one point of clarity. The slide previous to this one is a screen grab of the GIS map, the zoning map.
Is there any opposition here? Okay, we'll open up for board discussion, or actually board questions.
I have one.
Ms. Duffy.
So you're saying all of those cases cited were approved variances?
Correct. Anything that did not include a side yard setback, for instance, if it was a rear yard setback, I threw that out.
And how many of them total did you see? 12?
I think it was a dozen. I don't have a copy of it. That was the only one I made.
Emily, can you put the spreadsheet back up there?
Ten cases.
Okay.
I don't have a question, but I do want to thank you because we belabored this a long time at the last meeting because we just couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And this was very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to be helpful.
And just one point of clarity from the applicant, are you requesting a 0-foot side yard setback, a 3-inch side yard setback, or a 1 foot 6 inch side yard setback?
We would be happy to accept all three options. We'd prefer to keep 0. We would take 3. Don't really want to do the third option of 1 foot 6 3/4 inches. So 3 inches.
Ms. Duffy.
So my understanding is there is already a 1.5 foot setback in place on that property from the garage.
That is correct.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Mr. Chappell, the new column for the carport, is it an integral part of the replacement wall or fence?
Great point. Thank you for the question. In the redesign of the new brick wall, the supports will be a structural component and actually reinforce the brick wall itself.
And how tall is that brick wall on your side?
5 feet.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and close this part of the hearing and open it up for board discussion.
I don't have any problem with this whatsoever. The gentleman took the effort to make it crystal clear. We had a lot of questions last time, and thank you for that. It's easier to make a decision when you have all the information in front of you.
I want to make sure I understand. There's already in existence a variance that would allow 1.6 inches on a side yard.
The garage.
Or it's just the garage or the entire side?
Existing garage to remain.
Can there,
Foot 6 inches.
if they put a 1.5-foot setback in a variance previously, it can't be just for one building, can it?
Whatever shown on that application. Is for whatever was shown on that application.
We don't see that application, so we don't know. But have we ever, in the 4 years I've been here, have we ever approved a setback just for one building?
Garages all the time. If you, in my mind, and I'm not speaking for staff, is that if we approved a side yard setback for a detached garage, that setback does not run the rest of that entire property. They couldn't expand their existing house primary structure to that same setback. But staff might can correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. The variance was written specifically to the garage.
Okay. Maybe
I
wanna
think
make a motion?
to me, I think it's obvious that they could construct the carport with the same 1 foot 6 inch side yard that would be consistent with the garage and would at least have some side yard setback. So that's what, and obviously they've contemplated that and have plans to do, have plans drawn that could do that.
Well, the applicant said he would prefer a 3-inch setback. He must have his reason. Can we ask him what the reason is?
Applicant, would you like to come back up?
Invited Trey Harden, who's the builder, to participate in this answer. The 3 inches is to allow for the soffit, the overhang of the columns to match up to the property line. 3 inches. If it's over 1 foot 6.3 inches, 1 foot 6 3/4 inches, which on staff's documents said it was 1 foot, not the 1 foot 6 3/4 inches. So I'm a little confused because last month it was 0. So seeking some clarity which one is which. But in terms of structural design.
Yeah, I apologize. So last time we were here, I believe, and Trey Harden, 3114 West Cliff Road West, it was specified that there was a 0-foot variance approved on the garage only because the soffit actually extends to the property line. So basically what we're asking for is what is existing. Structurally, we would prefer if we could integrate the columns into the existing wall to, keep it from tipping over again, if possible. And aesthetically, I think it's more pleasing, to be honest.
You see any issues with water being trapped in between those two walls if they were separated?
I don't love the idea, yeah. I think there's a lot of problems that could happen if we separate the columns from the wall.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Or
The neighbor doesn't have a problem with this at all, wrote a letter. I don't have a problem with this, with 0 setback.
Neither do I.
I concur as well. So do I.
Oh, can you speak into the microphone, please? Is your green light on now?
Is?
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion for BAR-26-031, accept as written.
Second.
The second is from Board Member Witten. Okay, we have a motion to approve as requested by the applicant for case BAR-26-013. I'm sorry, 031. Motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Jim Witten. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Our next case, BAR-26033. Please come to the front if you're the applicant. So you get ready to speak, and then staff will present. Also, we do take a lunch break at around noon, so if you're towards the end of the agenda, just keep that in mind. You may not have to sit here all day. Thank you.
The next case is BAR-26-033 for the property located at 3904 Miller Avenue. The property is owned by Texas for Land LLC, who is also the applicant. The property is zoned R2 Townhouse/Cluster District. This case is continued from last month as it needed to be renoticed and the site plan had updated. The applicant is requesting 2 variances. Variance A is a request to reduce the required established front yard setback from 44 feet to 16 feet 7 inches. Variance B is a request to allow parking within the projected front yard. The zoning ordinance prohibits parking for 1 and 2 family uses within the front yard, and the applicant is requesting approval for 2 parking spaces within the projected front yard. The subject property consists of an undeveloped square-shaped lot located within an established residential neighborhood. According to Tarrant Appraisal District records, the property contains approximately 21,562 square feet. The lot was originally platted without alley access and contains several mature trees. The site is not located within a floodplain and does not contain significant environmental constraints. There is an approximate 1.3% downward slope beginning at the rear of the property and extending toward the front property line. The applicant is currently in the process of replatting the property and proposes to construct a duplex development on the site. Staff reviewed the development history of the property, and in 2022, the property was rezoned from A-5 one-family district to E neighborhood commercial district to R2 townhouse/cluster district through zoning case ZC/22/032. The property is currently undergoing a replat process under the final short plat FS-23-161. The applicant is requesting a variance to construct a 2-family dwelling with a front yard setback of 16 feet 7 inches. The proposed development consists of a duplex containing 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms per unit. The zoning ordinance establishes the required front yard setback as the greatest of the platted building line, the zoning district requirement, or the established front yard setback. In this case, the applicable front yard setback is not determined by the zoning district requirement. Although the plat establishes a 25-foot platted building line, the subject property is located on a block face where more than 40% of the lots have been developed. Therefore, the established front yard setback is used. The established front yard setback is determined by the nearest building on either side that is closest to the street. Staff determined that the applicable established setback is based on the property located at 3914 Miller Avenue, which has a front yard setback of approximately 44 feet. As a result, the required front yard setback for the subject property is 44 feet. and the applicant is proposing a front yard setback of 16 feet 7 inches, resulting in a variance request of approximately 27 feet 5 inches. The applicant is also requesting a variance to allow parking within the projected front yard. The site plan submitted indicates that there will be a total of 4 parking spaces provided, with 1 parking space in each garage and 2 spaces being located in the driveway in front of the front building wall and within the projected front yard. The zoning ordinance limits driveway coverage to a maximum of 50% of the front yard area, measured between the front property line and the closest location of the structure. The submitted site plan indicates driveway coverage of approximately 45%, which complies with the maximum driveway coverage requirement. The driveway approach measures approximately 10 feet in width and widens to approximately 20 feet over a length of approximately 61 feet. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And should the board approve the requested variances, applicants will be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and obtain all necessary permits. This concludes staff presentation. I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and call the applicant. Please give us your name, your address. And then if there's any opposition, please come to the front.
Hi there, my name is Cooper Conger. I'm the owner of Texas Foreland LLC, 251 Sunset Lane, Fort Worth, Texas 76114. I have a small exhibit I'm going to hand over here. I printed out 13, so there should be enough for everybody. So I believe staff did a great job presenting this case. I'm just going to run through the 5 conditions for a variance, or the 5 things that we are supposed to look at when applying for these variances. Number 1 is, will the literal enforcement of the ordinance result in a hardship or practical difficulty? The literal enforcement results in a 44-foot projected front yard setback, which is our side yard. The ordinary zoning code would typically require us to have a 10-foot setback instead of 44-foot. So this projected front yard does have a material impact on the usability of this property. Is the hardship self-imposed? We did not impose this hardship upon us. It was from the rear neighboring property. There's a commercial building behind us that actually parks in front of their building, which is why they have a further setback, would be my guess. And then number 3 is, this is in regards to the exhibit I gave y'all. Is the condition unique to the property, or is it common to other properties? So we have a gold star on our property, and then every red dot shows a typical corner setback in this neighborhood. We didn't capture them all, but I just gave a few examples that typically the corner setback is 10 foot or less at when these streets intersect in this neighborhood. So that it would fit in, and it would not be anything out of the ordinary for this area. Will the requested, number 4 is, will the requested variance injure the adjacent property? No, it would not. I actually have the owner of the adjacent property, Jeremy Smith, here with me, and the person who sold me the property that I'm developing. He sold it to me, and it does not injure their property. It'll bring them, if anything, more customers and help them out, and help out the neighborhood as well. And then number 5 is kind of redundant. It says, will the requested variance be contrary to the orderly development of the area? And as I believe I've shown on this exhibit, it is not contrary to ordinary development. It's actually very in line with ordinary development. And I'm open to any questions y'all may have.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor? Okay, come on up, please. Give us your name and address, please.
Jeremy Smith, 3005 Mount Horn, Fort Worth, Texas, 76105.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm in favor. Like Cooper was saying, I own the building of the restaurant that's situated directly next door. And just simply put, the more homes that we have in the neighborhood, the better for the small businesses, especially a business like a restaurant. And we don't feel as if it negatively impacts the setback. We don't feel as if that negatively impacts our business at all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody here speaking opposition? Okay, we'll open it up for questions from the board.
Is the front of the house on Miller or Baylor?
Baylor. It fronts on Baylor.
Okay. But the setback is being established by properties on Miller?
Yes, sir. So when it's a corner lot like this, you see this one sits on the intersection of Miller and Baylor. The rear property on Miller, their front yard setback has to be taken into account as their projected front yard setback, and that's where they're set 44 foot back from Miller, and that makes my side yard setback from Miller per code would be 44 feet.
Okay, and is your, in terms of Baylor Street, is the front of your structure consistent with the fronts of the other structures on Baylor Street?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, that's been reviewed by plating and staff, and our fronts on Baylor are good. We didn't want to take off of Miller Avenue. It's a pretty busy road, and so we preferred to take everything off of Baylor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Go ahead.
I think I heard something in the staff presentation that I want to clarify. And I know that when we get to front setbacks, there's always the base code for the, whatever the area is designated in terms of zoning, or the platted, or that's established by other properties. Did I hear that the platted was 25 feet? That's for staff?
That is correct.
Okay, and for the applicant, is the same development possible if you go with the platted setback of 25 feet?
No, it's not. That's about the skinniest plan that we have, and with through platting, we're actually able to remove that platted setback in the platting process. So the platted setback will not be 25 feet once we record that plat.
Okay. So, but you would still require a variance.
From the projected setback of the commercial property.
So what would it be platted at? Is my guess it would be platted at what the zoning would be?
So, excuse me, as a part of a plat or replat, a platted building line is not required to be shown on the plat. Sometimes it's added, but it's not required. So it would just be his, the setback required by the zoning district or the established front yard setback.
So what is the zoning district for this?
The zoning district is R2. Emily, do you recall the setback, the required setback for R2?
Give me one.
Maribel, do you?
On the exterior side, it would be 10 feet.
You mean the front side?
Setback off of Miller would require to be 10 feet under the zoning code.
Oh, no, for front yard, it's
front yard.
not required any for R2. Not required at all. Unless there's an established.
So R2 front yard setback, as according to the zoning ordinance, does not require a front yard setback. However, since Miller is the side street, they will be required a 10-foot setback along the side street. But because there is a projected front yard, their established front yard is at 44 feet.
Right, I understand the established. But once it's replatted, we're good.
Once it's replatted, they won't have a platted building line of 25 feet. They'll just, they won't have a zoning district.
Cool, okay.
And then we'll be held to, once we're platted with no building line, we'll just be held to, hopefully if this variance gets approved, the 16-foot 7-inch we have proposed rather than the 44 projected.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
No longer confused.
Good.
Mr. Riley.
I'm trying to compare this site plan that's on the screen to the zoning map. And they're not oriented the same way, are they? That's more of a question of staff.
They are not. Currently, they are oriented towards Miller, so east-west. With his replat, he is changing the orientation and adding or creating new lots, and they will be oriented north-south to Baylor.
So
We don't have any pictures.
trying to figure out on the zoning map where the A5 is that adjoins this track.
With a what?
I don't know if what you're saying is
It's it's to the south. So the A5 is also oriented east-west. It's that white building south of the yellow, of the lot. The lot is the yellow lines.
But the white building is a commercial property.
It is, but it's zoned A5.
Okay.
Do we have, how do we take a projected front yard from something around the corner? With a parking lot in the front, like,
So according to the zoning ordinance, because this is a corner lot and there is a property that fronts Miller Street, that property creates the projected front yard. And so that is what creates the projected front yard for the property, the subject property.
It's that 1A5 lot.
So because the lot is zoned A5, even though the use is commercial, the A5 residential lot establishes the projected front yard. If this lot had been zoned commercial to the south, there would not be a residential projected front yard.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for discussion and a motion.
I'll make a motion if there's not any discussion. I'll make a motion to approve BAR 26033, both variances. I think it's a hardship based on the unfortunate rezone or the zoning of the adjacent lot, which created that.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-033 as requested by the applicant. The motion made by Board Member Bob Riley and second by Board Member Sergio Garza. Does anyone have any objections to taking this vote together, or would you like to take it separately?
Together, my motion.
Okay. Roll call vote for variances A and B. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you guys for coming. All right, next case BAR 26036. Staff will present.
The next case is BAR-26-036 for the property located at 1821 Langston Street. The property is owned by New Pad Building Company, LLC, and the applicant is Cooper Conger with New Pad Building Company. The property is zoned A-5, One Family District, and is also located within the Stop 6 zoning overlay district. The applicant is requesting one variance. The request is to reduce the minimum required lot width in the A-5 One Family District from 50 feet to 38 feet to allow for the development of a single-family home. This represents a deficiency of 12 feet in lot width. The subject property is a rectangular undeveloped interior lot containing approximately 12,769 square feet. The site is located within a redeveloping neighborhood and contains mature trees. The property is relatively flat and is not located within a floodplain or any other significant environmental constraints in the area. The applicant proposes to construct a single-family home on the site. Staff reviewed the development history of the property, and the property is currently undergoing a replat process under final plat FS-26-059, which is awaiting client reply, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a lot width of 38 feet, where the zoning ordinance requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet. This results in a deficiency of 12 feet in lot width. Staff notes that the request is associated with the proposed replat of the property, which is intended to accommodate the single-family residential development. The subject property is also located within the Stop 6 overlay district, which establishes additional design requirements for new residential construction. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And if the requested variance is approved, the applicant will be required to complete the replat process and comply with all Stop 6 overlay district requirements and all other applicable development standards prior to issuance of building permits. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, we'll call the applicant up. And you again.
Long time no see. Cooper Conger, 251 Sunset Lane, Fort Worth, Texas, 76114. This one's more straightforward. This lot was deeded over illegally. It wasn't platted a long time ago. We purchased it in this 38-foot arrangement. We didn't deed anything over or to make it smaller. This is how we got it. And so that's essentially the hardship. And we're just trying to rectify that by platting it and allowing it to be developed. We only have one variance request, on a 38-foot wide lot. We were able to get the 2 spaces behind the front building line as well, which is difficult. And so we were happy with that. But I'm open for any questions, and I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor or opposition? Okay, we'll open it up for questions from the board.
I just have a compliment for you. As an applicant, it's refreshing to hear you come up and say, here are the various hardships, and I think that's important, so thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close this portion of the hearing and open it up for discussion. Motion.
This, to me, is an easy one. It's definitely a hardship, and that way a home can be built on it. So I am in support, and if there's no opposition with the board, I would like to make a motion. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve BAR 26-036 as written.
Second.
We have a motion for case BAR-26-036 to approve the request as requested by the applicant. The motion made by Board Member Jana Herrera and second by Board Member Bob Riley. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, next case, BAC 26-015. Staff will present.
The next case is BAC-26-015 for the property located at 251 East McAllister Road. The property is owned by Dave & Buster's Incorporated, and the applicant is Scott Duffner and Miranda Yacano. The property is Zone J, Medium Industrial. The applicant is requesting one variance. The request is to allow a monument sign to exceed the maximum permitted height of 8 feet. The applicant is proposing a monument sign with a height of 15 feet, resulting in a variance request of 7 feet above the maximum allowed height. The subject property is a 12.18 acre corner lot located on the northeastern corner of McAllister Road and Ware Ranch Trail. The property is currently undergoing a replat process, and the proposed sign will be located on Lot 4R-1, Block 1, which will consist of approximately 4.70 acres once finalized. The site contains a gentle slope of approximately 3.46% from west to east. The property contains mature trees and is not located within a floodplain or a scenic corridor. The surrounding properties are also Zone J, Medium Industrial, and there are no adjacent residential uses. The site is planned for an indoor entertainment use consistent with the proposed development. Staff reviewed the sign permit history for the property. A monument sign application is currently under review and is awaiting client response, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a monument sign height of 15 feet, where the zoning ordinance limits monument signs to a maximum height of 8 feet. This results in an increase of 7 feet above the permitted maximum height. Staff notes that the ordinance allows additional height only when increased setbacks from the right-of-way is provided. However, the proposed design does not meet the standard formula required to achieve the requested height. The proposed height is 15 feet, the proposed width is 6.58 feet, and the advertised area is 36 feet. On the ground contact is 76%. The nearest residential neighborhood is over 2,000 feet west of the subject property. McAllister Road is designated as a neighborhood connector, and Ware Ranch Trail is designated as a residential road under the master thoroughfare plan. The site is not within a scenic area or corridor. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. Should the board approve the requested variance, the applicant will still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and obtain all necessary permits. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to any questions the board may have.
Did you have a zoning, do we have a picture of all the zoning right around there? Is it all J?
Yes, for this section it's J.
Can you point to me which ones are? All of that is J.
Yes.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, Ms. Reyes, I believe it was your second slide. You described a percentage of slope. And it seems I read somewhere in the material, but I'm not confident, that that was 4 feet of slope. What does what is the height variance created by that slope?
I'm going to refer to Maribel with this one. It was one of the plan examiners who did the review of this case.
Okay.
So when I reviewed this sign permit, the location of the sign is lower than some of the property. I believe it was to the south, but I cannot recall. It's been a little bit, I'm sorry. But yes, there is a height variance between the visibility of, or where pedestrians would see this sign, to the actual grade of where the sign is going to be placed.
And do we know if, for example, this is a request for 15 feet, are all 15 of those feet necessary to have visibility? I don't know where, I have it in my brain that there was a
We
4-foot slope.
That I
have it at
could not tell you what the
3.46% slope.
Yeah, that's the percentage. So that's,
that I couldn't tell you exactly the feet-wise how much difference, what the difference is.
okay.
Now, whether 15 feet is required, that would be up to you guys to see if
Yeah,
that is.
Yeah, I'm not standing there, so I can't see it. So, thanks. We don't have that answer. It is to the number of feet of slope. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. If you'd like to come up, you have 7 minutes. In opposition, you'll have 7 minutes as well if there's anybody here to speak against.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. My name is Jason Kyle. I'm with First and Main Signs. We are out of Canton, Ohio. Speaking to the questions that were asked just a minute ago, there is a degree of slope downward, and so the measurement that we calculated is about 3.5 feet of slope. So, do you have the PDF drawings that were submitted? If not, maybe I could throw something on the screen to share. It was like our full exhibit package. This might help. Well, hang on. All right, if you'll notice at the top of the screen there, actually just got, there is a relative grade, and that helps to show that the actual slope downward is 3.5 feet. So, and if you take into consideration, there was another question posed, so I'm just gonna get to those first, about the 15 feet. The average height of a car is 5 feet. If you get trucks, which are pretty prevalent here in Texas, you get into 6 or 7 feet. So if you take the slope decline of 3.5 feet plus the average vehicle of 5 feet, you're already at an 8.5 foot deficit from the intersection to where the monument sign would be proposed. And it's because of that hardship is why we're proposing the 15 feet to exceed that. In addition to that hardship, the other questions that we wanted to present was the hardship self-imposed, and no, this wasn't created by the proposed development. This was an existing topographical condition that's just based on where this is going. I do believe that the condition is unique because of the topography that was created and the site's location relative to the intersection, which is obviously where the main traffic is going to be coming from. So it's that identification point from the intersection, which is about 340 feet away. It's important to have the identification to the facility in use of the monument sign. This does have no impact to any surrounding uses. I don't think that this creates any type of negative precedent by allowing the variance to be at this height. It's really just because of the condition of the site that's warranted it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay, we'll open it up to questions from the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
This may be a silly question, but what makes you want to put a monument sign instead of a pole sign?
We're actually, that's more, this design is consistent with Dave & Buster's brand theme throughout. And again, we're not really looking to have like a giant pole sign. We feel like that sometimes is a little bit more threatening to surrounding areas and neighborhoods. We feel this is in still good taste with the development.
Can I add a point of clarity to Ms. Duffy? Pole signs are prohibited in the city of Fort Worth. So if you see pole signs out, most likely they're legal non-conforming pole signs.
So even in a J, we couldn't have a pole sign?
No.
And he can't place a freeway sign because he's not directly adjacent to the freeway.
So I have a question for the applicant, and I think you've answered it, but my brain says if the maximum sign height is 8 feet and you've got a 4 feet difference, then we should go for a 12-foot height, and you're asking for 15 feet. So you're
Well, but we're also asking to take into consideration that most of the streets aren't bare. There's going to be vehicles traveling down them all the time, and the average height of a car should be calculated into that. I do have one more thing that I can show that maybe helps illustrate to your point.
Thank you.
Can you zoom in at all on the bottom photo? Yeah, perfect. All right, so this was kind of a flag test that we had done a few months back. It's hard to tell because of the coloring of the sign with the contrast of the trees behind it, but in the center of that is the actual sign proposed at the 15-foot height. Or I'm sorry, that's at the 8-foot height. So if you can tell from that, dealing with the slope that was taken from the intersection, which is the 340 feet away, but you can also see the vehicles that are there that are present as well. And it's because of that that we feel like, you know, if we were just looking at something close, you wouldn't be able to see it. So it's really just trying to get the sign up high enough to where there is visibility that's adequate.
But that's with, there is an actual sign there, or you're just saying within that circle, that would be the 8 feet, because you wouldn't have the trees there?
Well, the trees we're not removing the trees. There, we did like a fake sign. So it's like a cutout that we put in place to show what what an 8-foot sign would look like. And it's, again, admittedly, it's a little hard to tell in the photograph, but it is in there.
So is the 15-foot also intended to grab the attention of the people on the freeway as well?
No, it will not have any freeway visibility.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, are you using your sight line? You're starting at the service road of the freeway, right? Is that where you're?
No, we're at the main intersection there.
At Ware Ranch Trail?
Correct.
So you're saying there's a 3-foot drop from Ware Ranch to where your sign is going to be?
Correct.
And that, okay, I'm looking at a line that starts all the way over here at the freeway, 341 feet. So what is the distance from Ware Ranch Road to your sign?
About 340 feet.
Can we go back to the slide that shows the red line with 341 feet starting at South Freeway? It's in the presentation. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the dot starts here at South Freeway. It says 341 feet to your proposed site, right?
That's correct. That's to the sign location that's proposed, actually, is 340 feet.
Okay, so how far from Ware Ranch Trail in that from that intersection to your sign? Okay, well, I'm looking at it. Well, actually, I guess it's actually labeled the same road on both intersections. Okay, that's McAllister.
Yeah.
And then Ware Ranch Trail goes north and south on my map.
Correct.
Right. So how far from there to your site? You're on it, right? You're on the sign.
That is
10 feet.
Yes.
There's no drop there.
From the corner of the property.
Right.
Minimal.
So your goal is to have your sign be seen from the service road.
Correct. That is the main intersection. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I've got a question. How tall will the building be that you're placing on this property?
See if I have that. I have elevations. I don't have dimensions on them, though. But typically, I don't know, maybe 35 feet.
Will there be signage attached to the building?
There will be.
So it'll be much higher than what your monument sign is.
That's correct. The building itself is taller than the sign.
Thank you.
There are elevations in the site plan that shows where the signs are affiliated to that, and so still having some corner presence we feel is valid.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and move it to discussion.
This is Bob Riley. I will not be able to support this. I think it's an effort to change a monument sign into a post sign, which is not even allowed. And my thought on monument signs is basically, if I'm driving public and I'm close to it, I know where to turn into the parking lot. It's not a advertisement of whatever it is there. It's not giving me any more information that I can't get from a 30 to 35 foot building with signage on it. So I will not be able to support this. I believe it warrants a hardship for its topography.
I'm of the same belief. Also, they had the opportunity to move the sign back so that it could incrementally grow, and they chose not to do that. So I cannot support this.
The only compromise I would make is the 3 feet that they're saying that they would need because of the drop in topography. So it would go from 15 feet to 12, from 8 feet to 11 feet, and that's the best I can do.
The closest intersection for me also is Ware Ranch Trail in McAllister, not the freeway.
That's correct.
Service road. So I would not be able to support this.
Is there any other discussion?
We can ask the applicant if he'd be willing to go down on the height.
We have a question for you, sir.
The question would be, would they accept a shorter sign?
Yes, would you be willing?
I can't speak for them. I could always bring that to them, though. That could be an option. What would be the suitable height if we were proposing?
What Mr. Let me say for the.
I do think staff may be able to help me. I don't think we had the room to move the sign to get to where we could raise it to the additional percentage. 11 feet?
Yes.
You good?
Stacy, can you reset Board Member Garza's microphone? Is your green light on?
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Garza.
11 feet is the best we can do, and that's not everybody at this council table. So even if I run with the motion with 11 feet, it's going to go through. There's 11 of us, not
I understand. Yeah, you're not guaranteeing anything. And like I said, I can't speak for Dave and Buster's, but I could only, if that was what was proposed, we would look into that and go back to the drawing board. So we're happy for the
You want to go back to the
consideration.
drawing board before we make a motion? That way we don't slow down your, whatever it is because if we say no today, it may put a hold for 2 years, is that correct?
If the denial is with prejudice, it will place a hold. They won't be able to submit another variance request of like kind. It has to be something substantially different. If it's a denial without prejudice, they can resubmit.
By right, you have 8 feet. I guess if you want to talk to the people, the powers that be, to 11 feet, if that would work. And again, that is not an automatic yes here. It's just, that's the compromise that as one council members or board members willing to make.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Is that a call you could make today? Could you find that out and we could push you to the back of the agenda? Or would you like for us to vote on this now?
I think let's just go ahead and vote if we can get that taken care of. I mean, if we can get it at 11 feet, then, I mean, I think it's a decent
we
compromise.
could ask for
if you guys
continuance
are
as
willing to
well.
vote for it.
You could ask for a continuance as well. You could come back,
Okay.
possibly.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Oh, let's go ahead and vote.
I'd like to make a motion, BAC-26-015, to amend it to a total, I'm sorry?
Okay, had
I
one.
just want to pose a question. So if we pick 11 feet out of the air, are we resetting zoning code here? Are we, where did we get 11 feet from?
It's a 3-foot drop in in topography
Okay, now I'm understanding the
plus 8
logic.
foot, that's
Okay.
11 foot. That's the only hardship that I see, that it's,
All right, I didn't get the logic before.
And if I could just make one point, I just want to make sure everyone remembers that a motion that fails for lack of receiving 9 votes is a motion, is a denial with prejudice.
you can still build it at 8 foot.
Correct.
I'd like to make a motion, BAC-26-015, with the only variance that the tallest is 11 foot on this sign.
Second. Second.
Okay. We have a motion for case BAC-26-015. Motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Lucretia Powell. The motion is to approve the variance with stipulations of the height being limited to 11 feet.
That's correct.
Okay. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Whitten.
No.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Bob Riley.
No.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion to approve fails.
Thank you. Okay, our next case, BAC 26017. Staff will present this. Applicant and any opposition, please come to the front.
The next case is BAC-26-017 for the property located at 9301 Blue Mound Road. The property is owned by Darwood Blue Partners LP, and the applicant is Edward Sign Service. The property is zoned E, Neighborhood Commercial. The applicant is requesting two special exceptions. Special exception A is to allow electronic changeable copy on a monument sign located along the northern property line. And special exception B is to allow electronic changeable copy on a monument sign located along the eastern property line. The subject property is a 2.67 acre corner lot located at the southwest corner of Blue Mound Road and Heritage Trace Parkway. The site contains a gentle slope of approximately 2.53% from the northwest to the southeast and includes mature trees. A portion of the property is located within a designated floodplain, and the property is zoned E, Neighborhood Commercial, and is proposed for development as a gas station. Staff reviewed the permit history for the property. Two monument signs permits are currently awaiting under review, which is a pending client response, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting two special exceptions to allow electronic changeable copy on a monument sign in a commercial zoning district. The city code states in section 6.411A, electronic changeable copy signs may be permitted by special exception of the Board of Adjustment in Commercial, Industrial, Mixed Use, and Community Facility Zoning District, subject to the following conditions. Provided, however, electronic changeable copy signs shall not be allowed within the Chisholm Trail Parkway Freeway Scenic Corridor. 1, the presence of other electronic changeable copy signs in the vicinity. 2, the visibility from residential districts. 3, the street classification of the adjacent roadways. And 4, the proximity to scenic areas or corridors. Staff notes that there are no other electronic changeable copy signs in the immediate vicinity. Surrounding properties to the west are developed with residential uses and are zoned A-5 single-family residential. Blue Mound Road and Heritage Trace Parkway are classified as neighborhood connected roads under the Master Thoroughfare Plan, and the site is not located within a scenic corridor. The applicant is requesting two special exceptions to allow electronic changeable copy on a monument sign located approximately 5 feet from the northern property line adjacent to Heritage Trace Parkway, and the other one located approximately 60.33 feet from the eastern property line adjacent to Blue Mound Road. The proposed monument signs each have a total area of approximately 92 square feet. The electronic changeable copy portion measures approximately 12.47 square feet, which represents 24.91% of the total sign face. This complies with the ordinance requirement limiting electronic changeable copy to a maximum of 25% of the sign face, and the applicant also meets the requirement for non-advertising area by providing approximately 19.13 square feet, exceeding the minimum requirement amount. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And if the special exceptions are approved, the applicant will still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and obtain all necessary permits prior to the installation. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Ms. Ryan?
Question. So even though, can we go back to the map where it shows the residential area, please? So even though residential, so there you have a North Monument sign that would be very close to the residential, that is still allowed? I can see where the other one, the east one might be. But is it because of how it's zoned, the various information you have on the left side? I just think that's kind of close to a residential area.
Yeah, that's something the board has to consider when they take into effect. It's up to the board to decide whether it should be that close to residential.
So we could deny one sign and have, can we deny one sign that it not be electronic changeable and then allow another on the same property?
Yes, we separated them into two special exceptions, so you could approve one, deny the other.
Okay, thank you.
This is Johnson. Are they asking for two changeable signs on this property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did I also understand you to say that the proposed sign itself exceeded maximum square footage or something of that nature?
No, so they comply with all other regulations. They exceed the minimum. They have to have a minimum of non-advertised, and they exceed that minimum. So they're good on that aspect.
Okay, and which one of these is closest to Blue Mound and Heritage Trace?
East.
Let me go to the site plan real quick. So there's one sign right here off of Blue Mound, and then the other sign right here off of Heritage Trace.
Which would be the one furthest away from the residential areas?
East.
Exception B.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Duffy, did you have a question?
Yeah, this is a crazy question, but where does Blue Mound cross Heritage Trace exactly? The address you have listed for this property shows me south of 287. I used to live up in this neighborhood, and Heritage didn't cross Blue Mound when I was there, and it doesn't according to Google Maps.
Our GIS map shows that it does intersect.
I have it displayed on the screen as well.
Blue Mountain, I think I'm reading this correctly, is a state highway, whereas
156, right?
whereas Heritage Trace is arterial or whatever, elector.
Any other questions?
But it doesn't go that far west.
So most of the traffic, I would assume, would be on 156 or Blue Mountain.
Right, but Heritage Trace doesn't go west, that far west. I'm just confused about where this is. If we could, the applicant's going to help me out, so we'll get to him. Sorry.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. You have 7 minutes. Please state your name and address, and then if there's any opposition, please be ready.
Okay, good morning. Chris Edwards, Edwards Sign Service, 239 West Davis, Duncanville, Texas is my home address. So pretty much we do meet all of the city requirements as far as the sign, the height, square footage, and what we're here today is to ask for special permission for the use of LEDs. These LEDs are white. Normally, they can be red for regular, green for diesel, but these in this particular case will be white. And so as part of the requirement through the city is no flashing LEDs. We get that. No scrolling LEDs. It does have an automatic dimmer switch So it will dim at night, and it does have the ability to adjust that to even go dimmer if possible. So if brightness is an issue, there is a thing set in place for it to be adjusted. So we meet all the requirements as far as that. And we've cleared this all with the city, with the planning and zoning development. And once again, we'd like to ask for special permission for the LEDs, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor? Okay, come on up.
They're not here in favor.
Oh, you can come up as opposition. Yep. You have 7 minutes. Just give us your name and address, please.
Greeting, board. My name is Brian Ketchum, 629 Ricochet Drive. To answer the Heritage Trace question, Heritage Trace, it is weird, right? It is divided by 287. That project was slated to be done in 2027 to connect the two sides underneath 287. However, they haven't started. So it'll probably be 2037 before they go underneath 287 to connect Heritage Trace. And then actually Heritage Trace dead ends at a train track at the end of the next subdivision, and they're just got a grant to put a bridge over it. So it'll be a full corridor down through, but we're looking at decades from that. So anyways, that's that. My name is Brian Ketchum. Like I said, I live in the neighborhood directly there. I'm not here to oppose the 7-Eleven itself. I don't have any control over that. And I understand that growth is coming to this area, and I understand that businesses are going to continue to develop along Blue Mound Road. My concern is specifically with the request for the special exemption for the electronic changeable signs, both of them. The proposed signs will face directly towards my neighborhood and towards my home. The one that's on the Blue Mound side will also shine brightly into the people directly behind them, which will be another source of light shining in the area that's primarily residential. While this may seem like a minor issue on paper, when you're drawing up plans, for those of us who live nearby, this becomes part of our daily life and affects the character of our neighborhood. I reached out to the project manager in March before this hearing, and I simply asked, would they be willing to work with the community on signage, lights, and maybe some trees or fencing to block some of the lights? And his response was, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I found that response disappointing because it suggested there is very little interest in working collaboratively with the people who live next door to this development and will be there long after this construction is complete. I'm also very concerned about the precedent this would set. There are already businesses down Blue Mound Road all the way to 287, and none of them have special electronic signs given to them, and they have to operate within the rules. There's a quick trip on the next exit up, and they have to change theirs manually because they comply by the same rules as everybody else, and they're actually further away from homes than the 7-Eleven will be. As traffic and commercial developments continue to increase in this corridor, we cannot afford to establish a precedent that every new business can seek larger, brighter, and more attention-grabbing electronic signs simply because it'd be beneficial to their marketing efforts. The purpose of development standards is to create consistency and protect nearby neighborhoods. Once exceptions become the norm rather than the exception, those standards lose their value. Most importantly, I don't believe a hardship has been demonstrated here. The property can operate as a successful convenience store and gas station without the exception. This appears to be a business preference and not a necessity created by the property itself. I respectfully ask you to deny the request on both signs and uphold the standards that are already in place for all businesses along this corridor. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Did you have something to say? You have a few minutes left. Sir, state your name and address.
Real quickly, my name's Kyle Flugel. I live at 633 Ricochet Drive in the Liberty Crossing subdivision, which I think you can see my house in that picture. I also oppose this simply from the simple standpoint of, as regards precedence, 7-Eleven's going to have 3 stores within 0.9 miles on Blue Mound Road. They've got 2 under construction, and an exception here is going to lead to other exceptions. So I would request that we not change the standard. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll open it up to questions from the board. Anybody?
I have a question of the applicant.
Riley. Applicant, please come up.
There's another number of facade signs that are shown out there by the tanks, or any of those have electronic changeable pricing on those?
Can you repeat the question?
Does, on the general sign, layout, it appears that you've got some facade signs above on the canopy? F1, F2s, F3s. Maybe staff can put that site plan back up. There we go.
I believe on the canopy itself, there will be a 7-Eleven sign, which will be illuminated channel letters.
Okay.
And their signature striping. There will not be any changeable like LED gas signs on the canopy.
No pricing signs, but
No, sir.
I guess, would they be allowed to put that up there on that canopy?
It will require a special exception.
Okay, because it's e-zoning.
Yes, so electronic changeable copy requires the special exception from the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
I'm assuming, which is the most dangerous word in the English language, that the only thing being changed is the gasoline prices.
Yes, this isn't like a message center that would, or show pictures or any animation or, advertised product like a Big Gulp or a hot dog or anything like that. It would just strictly display the prices of gasoline. Manual signs that they've used in the past, the problem with those is the plastic that holds those fonts in, they get weathered. They don't last very well in the elements, and so they end up blowing out most of the time. Then those fonts chip, they hit the concrete, and then now you got a sign that's displaying half of the gasoline price sign, and it's not really, moving forward with technology now with LEDs. LED is the preferred way to display price.
Thank you.
In this map that's up right now, is that your property that backs up to those property owners' fence line there?
That
triangular
I don't
area?
know. And I believe, can you go back to the picture, please, that shows, now doesn't, because as far as like the brightness, isn't where the neighborhood is, I believe there is a brick wall that goes all the way around there before the neighborhood. These are monument signs that are only 8 foot tall. And so, however, how tall those brick retainers are, I don't think that the brightness of the sign being there would be that big a deal.
Well, let me ask you again, that property, that triangular section of that property, do you own that? Is that part of your?
I'm just an applicant.
Well, my question goes a little further than that. I mean,
I can answer that. It shows as one parcel.
okay. What I'm wondering is there any screening that you would be open to protect those homes from that bleed over lighting?
I'm open.
Trees?
I'm open for anything, but that would be a question.
You're just a sign guy. Gotcha. Okay.
And then a question I have, the lighting, it would be compatible with the street lighting? And then,
They won't, with street lights are yellow, blue, and yellow, green, and red. These LEDs would be white.
right, I'm not talking about the traffic lighting, the street lighting, what do you call them?
Talk about like the overhead lights.
Yes, it'll be all compatible with that, but at the same time, you brought up something just significant. You said there's a brick wall behind the residential, correct? The only thing you don't know if that brick wall is 8 feet high, 12 feet high.
That I don't know.
And because if your sign is gonna be 8 feet and the wall is 12 feet, well then there's no discrepancy there because your sign is lower than the wall itself. So it's not beaming into any resident.
And that is 8 foot overall height. There's actually brick and a cap above there. And so the sign actually, I think the height of the readable copy would be more than about 6.5 feet.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Ask the opposition about the wall so we can have accurate information about the wall.
Yeah, I'm happy to clarify a lot of it. So across Heritage Trace where that empty lot is, there's no fence there. So those signs will be shining brightly into those people's houses and the people on the end of Ricochet and Cattleman's. The brick wall that they're speaking of starts about where the E in Heritage is and goes backwards that way. Oh, I can draw. Oh, man. Okay, I'm a teacher. I got this. All right. So the brick wall runs down here on both sides. And then there's a wood fence that the homeowners have here, but there is no fence here. So all of these neighbors are going to get blasted by this sign. And then if you put the sign here, same thing, it's going to hit these. There's no wall here. The fence on this one stops right there, so it's going to hit them right in their backyard. There's just, and also the thing I'd like to bring up too is they keep saying it's just the prices are going to be illuminated. No, half that sign is a giant 7-Eleven logo that will be illuminated with bright 5,000 Kelvin LED lights. That's half the sign is the logo, and that'll be illuminated versus what they're saying, oh, it's just the prices. It's not. The price is a very small part of the sign. It's the giant logo too. So it'll be shining into all these people's houses and then illuminating that whole area.
I've got a question.
Thank you, sir.
Do you understand that they have the right to put up the sign? The only thing that's before us today is electronic.
I understand that. They can put up a monument sign that they change manually.
Correct, and the big red and letters and all that, backlit and all that is fine.
I understand they can put up a sign, yeah.
So all we're talking about is 25% or whatever percentage of the sign that has electronic changeable copy. That's all we're talking about.
I'm talking about the whole sign, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll close the public hearing again and go back to discussion.
So as Mr. Raleigh was saying, the light is going to be there, the sign is going to be there. The only thing changing is going to be the numbers manually or electronically. But there is no way to restrict the sign, and it's so far away from the houses. So I don't see how is that really affecting the community.
And let me add to that discussion. You know, I'm mixed because you look at the zoning map, and anything that's west of Blue Mountain or 156 is more of a residential area. Everything to the east and north-south is really a commercial district. So I don't have any problem on the variance B, I believe it is, yeah. That's along the state highway designated property. The only one I'm having trouble with is, I understand the sign. I mean, they got to put up, I don't think the neighborhood understands that they can still put up the sign. It's going to have the lighting associated with it. The only difference is going to be electronic changeable copy. So I'm good on B. I don't know where I'm at on A.
I'm right there with you. And just in general, the only part that we deal with is just what changes electronically, the pricing. That's all that we're talking about today. And while we're pretty strict in the city of Fort Worth in general on electronic changeable signs, as a general rule or general trend, we have been approving signs that just the pricing, just health and safety, because many times these signs are very tall. And it's, you know, I wish we could do something more about the signage and the lighting. That's way out of our control. So I'm with you. I'm ambivalent on the first one.
And I guess I've got a question of staff or legal. On the electronic changeable copy, I know we can't regulate the content of the message. Can we regulate the color? And the reason I say that is personally, when I drive by a pricing sign that is red with a black background, it's not as intrusive to me as a white lettered on black backdrop of black.
So the zoning ordinance only mentions color when it's within an airport overlay.
But I guess legally, can we dictate the color of the letters in the exchangeable copy?
I would recommend not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or a motion?
Can I just make a general comment? So we did receive a large number of letters from the Liberty Crossing people, which I applaud you for getting your neighbor's hood together and for making that huge drive from North Fort Worth to come down and see us. However, I will tell you, the special exception for gas station signs comes to our board frequently, and we always approve them because that's what's expected, I think, in society today, is that you'll see the updated gas price without having to have a guy go stand out there in traffic to change it. So I'm guessing this is probably going to get approved, but I would, we respect your ability to your organization of your neighborhood, and look forward to you looking after your neighborhood in the future.
And I personally don't think the light pollution from the changeable copy is going to be any more than the light pollution that's already coming off their sign and their building. 7-Elevens are very bright usually. So, yeah, I would have to go ahead.
I do think that's the most number of letters we ever got from a neighborhood association on one single issue. So great work there. Yep.
Wish we could regulate the amount of light a building puts off in general, but we can't do that. Is there a motion?
This is Johnston. I make a motion to approve BAC 26017, A and B, with them voted on separately.
Second.
I'll second.
Me.
We have a motion for case BAC-26-017 to approve as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Johnston and second by Board Member Whitten. The vote will be taken separately. Roll call vote for variance A. Special exception A. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Bob Riley.
No.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kate Duffy.
Yes.
Excuse me. Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion to approve special exception A fails. Roll call vote for special exception B. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The special exception B passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, next case, BAC 26016. Keep in mind, folks, we take a lunch break coming up in about 10 minutes, so this may be our last case before we hit lunch.
The next case is BAC-26-016 for the property located at 3300 East Berry Street. The property is owned by Zavian Venture LLC, and the applicant is Hina Bahamina, representing Zavine Venture LLC. The property is zoned E, Neighborhood Commercial. The applicant is requesting one special exception. The request is to allow electronic changeable copy on a freeway monument sign located on the northwestern portion of the property. The subject property is approximately 0.47 acres and is located at the northeast corner of US Highway 287 and East Berry Street. The site has an approximate 2.85% slope from north to south and does not contain mature trees or floodplain. The property is zoned E, neighborhood commercial, and is currently developed as a gas station. Staff reviewed the permit history for the property. One freeway sign permit is currently awaiting client response, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow electronic changeable copy on a monument sign in a commercial zoning district. The city code states in section 6.411A, electronic changeable copy signs may be permitted by special exception of the Board of Adjustment in commercial, industrial, mixed-use, and community facility zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Provided, however, electronic changeable copy signs not be allowed within the Chisholm Trail Parkway Freeway Scenic Corridor. 1, the presence of other electronic changeable copy signs in the vicinity. 2, the visibility from the residential districts. 3, the street classification of the adjacent roadways. And 4, the proximity to scenic areas or corridor. Staff notes that there are existing electronic changeable copy signs in this vicinity. Surrounding properties are zoned A-5 single-family residential with residential uses located immediately to the east. East Berry Street is classified as a neighborhood connector, and US Highway 287 is classified as a primary highway under the Master Thoroughfare Plan. The property is not located within a scenic corridor. However, it is adjacent to a high-volume transportation corridor, including US Highway 287. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow electronic changeable copy signage on a monument sign located at the northwest portion of the property near US Highway 287 and East Berry Street. The proposed monument sign has a total area of approximately 200 square feet. The electronic changeable copy portion measures approximately 11.35 square feet, resulting in approximately 18.97% of the sign face devoted to changeable copy. This complies with the ordinance maximum of 25%. The applicant also exceeds the minimum non-advertising area requirement by providing approximately 140.17 square feet of non-advertising area, and the proposed sign is located approximately 3.16 feet from the north property line and approximately 2.55 feet from the west property line. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And if the special exception is approved, the applicant will still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and obtain all necessary permits prior to installation. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
I have one question. In your presentation, you talk about this as being a monument sign, but in our case, it says it's a freeway sign.
This request is for a freeway sign.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes, so the agenda is stated correctly.
Good, thank you.
This is Johnston. I also had a question. I think in your bullet points, you said this was within the 287 scenic corridor, or did I misunderstand you?
It is within, let me see. It's adjacent to a high-volume transportation corridor, which includes the Highway 287.
It's not within a scenic corridor?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant, if you're here. Applicant not present. Anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay, we'll open it up to questions and comments from the board.
I don't have an issue with this one. It's already a sign that's there, and by what's in the packet, it looks like it's going to be improved. So I'm good with this one.
Yeah, I'm the same. It looks like there's actually less space of changeable copy on the new one than there was on the old one, so I can support this.
Additionally, this is Bob Riley, I can support it from a safety standpoint to get up there and put up a
Yeah.
change letter and things of that nature. As long as it is the freeway sign and not a new monument sign.
I'll make a motion for BAC 26-016 that we approve.
A second?
Her microphone's dead.
Hmm?
Her microphone's dead.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion for case BAC-26-016 to approve as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and seconded by Board Member Sandra King. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Witten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. You guys going to do one more, or do you want to go to lunch?
The next one is
Okay.
going to be,
We got a mixture.
Go ahead and take a break. Okay, okay, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. We'll go ahead and say be back here at 12:30. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, guys, welcome back. We're going to move on to our next case, BAC 26016. Is that correct?
We did.
Sorry. I'm sorry, BAR 26042. Thank you.
The next case is BAR-26-042 for the property located at 3900 Potomac Avenue. The property is owned by Douglas and Maria Mills, and the applicant is Douglas Mills. The property is zoned A-7.5, one family district. The applicant is requesting one variance. The request is to exceed the maximum permitted fence height of 8 feet in a residential zoning district by allowing a fence height of 12 feet along the eastern property line located behind the front building setback line. This represents an increase of 4 feet above the maximum allowable fence height. The subject property is located within an established residential neighborhood and contains a newly constructed single-family home built in 2023. The lot is approximately 10,075 square feet in size and contains mature trees. The site is not located within a floodplain and has a slight slope across the property. Staff reviewed the development history of the property. A code compliance case was opened in January of 2026 regarding a 12-foot fence constructed without permits. The applicant is seeking approval for an existing 12-foot solid wood fence located along a portion of the eastern property line. The fence is located behind the front building line and does not encroach into the front yard. The fence material is permitted, however, the height exceeds the maximum allowed 8 feet for residential properties. This results in a 4-foot increase above the maximum permitted height. These are the elevations of the fence. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And if the variance is approved, the applicant will still be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and obtain any required permits or inspections. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay.
Could you tell us how long that fence is? Because it's not the entire length of the property line. So is it like 12 feet long, 15 feet long? Do we know?
Stacy, let me pull up the docket. The applicant did provide elevations of that portion. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you. I should know it. I'm sorry.
I know the words are small, but it's 25 feet wide.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant, please. State your name, your address.
My name is Douglas Mills. Address is 3900 Potomac Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, speak into the mic, please. Pull it up.
Oh, I apologize. My name is Douglas Mills. The address is 3900 Potomac Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107. So my family is applying for an exemption for what we had intended to be trellises on the side of our fence. You can see that these trellises are in front of the existing fence, and they have been called fences by the city of Fort Worth. There are two structures. One is 10 feet wide, the other is 15 feet wide, so a total of 25 feet. They're 12 feet high. We had these installed in January of 2026 by MBL Landscaping, which is a reputable landscaping company in the area. And neither ourselves nor MBL was aware that these were going to be considered fences by the city. And therefore we did not apply for any kind of variance ahead of time. After we were cited by the Code Compliance Department, I clarified with them that these were intended to be used as trellises, but they said that they were still going to consider them fences from their perspective. Today I'm going to describe a complicated story that I'll try to keep as brief as I can to clarify that the intention of these trellises is to mitigate a hardship that is not self-imposed. It's imposed by our neighbor, and I believe it's intentional, although I've never had him actually say that to me, but I'll explain why I believe that. We originally built our house in between 2022 and 2024, and there were a number of concerns that our neighbor brought up regarding the builders, and we did our best to mitigate those concerns whenever they were brought up. But at the end of the build, one of the painters left an outside faucet running, water faucet running, and the water seeped through a retaining wall that is behind that fence that you see up there onto our neighbor's side yard and kind of muddied his side yard. So he was very upset about that. He without calling, he came onto the property and shut off the water, and I simply asked him not to do that again. I asked him to call me and I would go shut it off myself. But without realizing it, that very much upset him to the point where I don't know that he has forgiven me for that yet. Also during the build, you can see the trees behind the fence there. Those trees are actually growing from underneath my neighbor's fence. And so I offered to remove the trees during the build initially, but he cited privacy concerns, and so we decided to leave those trees, which I later was thankful for. But over the course of the summer of 2025, he started to trim one of the trees in a very awkward fashion. I have a picture of this on my application, where basically he trimmed a gap in the tree to allow floodlighting and a camera that he had installed kind of to be able to be viewed directly into our back porch. This was concerning because we had previously had discussions regarding his cameras and his lightings, and he had refused to point his floodlights downward or his cameras downward towards his property, even though I was concerned about the cameras facing my child's bedroom. This trimming the tree kind of felt very intentional because I couldn't think of any other explanation for trimming a tree in that fashion. And therefore, we started discussing with MBL what we could do from our side of the yard with regards to landscaping, because code compliance was very clear with us that there really is nothing that they can do to stop him from having cameras or lighting in his yard. There's no code violation there. So we discussed with MBL a combination of hedge trees and some hedges in front for some cameras that were in front of our yard. The one area where they could not do vegetation was the area where we installed these trellises. And that's because when we did the original landscaping, we installed some French drains that have a drain right there at in front of the trellis to actually mitigate the flooding concerns that he had brought up during the initial build. And as far as I know, there have been no concerns about flooding since we did that. But that does prevent us from being able to put vegetation in that area. And so I asked what other options they could come up with, and they brought up trellises. The concern that we have is that these lights are 24/7 and the cameras are, I assume, on 24/7. They're very bright. They shine right into our home. We do have curtains. However, we can't walk out onto our porch and actually see in our backyard because of the lights shining in. The trellises have actually mitigated that for us. It's been a big stress reliever. Obviously, there's more to be done here, but and the situation has been very stressful. But with regards to the lighting and the video cameras, I think that allowing us to keep the trellises will, at least in part, help us deal with an unfortunate situation. There has been a concern. I guess the obvious question is, how do I know that this is clearly directed at me? If you look at his house, there's only lighting, or there is lighting on both sides, but the lights on his other side of the house are directly pointed downwards. There's no video camera pointing, that I can tell, pointed towards the other side of his house, but he has 11 cameras, one in every window facing my house. In January, he installed two cameras that point towards our bedroom window. You can actually see the picture posted up here, where there's a camera down below. This picture was taken from our bedroom window. And it says, if you see a camera, it also sees you. So that feels very intentional.
Got about 20 seconds.
Okay. We did get an engineering report that shows the safety of this fence. We also have our westernmost neighbors who have written a letter in support of our application as well. And we would just ask that you allow us to passively block these offenses from our side of the yard.
Thank you. Is there any opposition I believe we have something we need to put up on the screen, is that right?
Yes, we have received some opposition that's located in the late correspondence packet that you all received. There's also one member who was present and had to leave who opposition is on the screen. One member of the public.
Can you center that so we can see the whole thing?
Move it over just a little bit.
There we go.
There it is.
Do we know where Hamilton is located?
I believe he is the next door neighbor. Let me confirm with the maps.
I'm not aware that he lives behind me. Hamilton is the street behind Potomac.
And where's your house on there?
My house is the yellow.
Yellow house.
Yeah, I think that's right. I can't really read the number, but
Yes,
if it's
his home is
3,900, that's my house.
Okay. So,
Did your neighbors start putting up lights after you guys had a little bit of disagreement?
So the lights and some of the cameras went up during the build. Some of the lights were up before the build, but there was one light specifically that was fixed. It was in disrepair. It was fixed and pointed at our house, kind of as the build was ending.
Okay.
So the neighbor at Hamilton stays behind 4 houses down to the east.
Okay. I have a question. Did I understand you to say that you went with the trellis because you couldn't use vegetation because of the French drain that you put in at your neighbor's request? Did I understand that correctly?
Well, the French drain was not placed at his request. I was concerned about his repeated worries about the flooding from the property, so I asked for a French drain to be placed in myself.
But
But yes, that
response
is-
to his concerns about, and so that's why you can't use vegetation?
That's what I was told by the landscaping company, is that it wouldn't be able to be installed because of the drains that were there.
Any other questions for the applicant? Go ahead. No.
Yes. Can we go back to
Is
slide?
your green light on?
Wait, Madison is speaking.
Green light is on. There
Okay.
we go. All right. On the trellis, did I see trellis wires on it as well?
Correct.
Is it are the trellis wires on both sides?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Are the trellis wires on both sides facing your property and his property?
No, there's a backing on the trellis that was performed in order to kind of expedite the screening process, and the trellis wires are only on one side of the property.
And what have you already planted vegetation to go up the trellis wires?
No, the intention was to do it this spring, but once we were cited by the city, they didn't stain it or plant the vegetation. We're waiting until we get approval.
Right, okay, but there is intentions for vegetation too, okay.
Absolutely.
Risha?
Yes, can we go back to slide, I believe it's figure 1? No, that's not it. It's, shows yeah, it's figure 1, 3820. It's like the back of the house.
Is it where he's cut the trees?
Keep going. Here.
Right here. Right here. So is this his house?
The picture is taken from my neighbor's yard by my neighbors, my westmost neighbors, across my yard into his, that is his house, yes.
And the red circle
I believe
in the
they-
window, that's a camera, right?
I believe both circles are cameras.
Right, but I'm talking specifically about the one that's in the window.
Correct.
Is that pointing into your backyard.
Yes. I believe it also sees his yard too. I don't know for sure what it can see.
Well, okay. One thing I wanted to say also in the beginning, by right, I don't believe you owe him an apology for simply asking him to call you about the faucet being accidentally left on, because he could have walked over there and fell or anything, and then that would have been another issue. So if he does not forgive you for sharing it, that's on him. But at the same time, from what I'm seeing, this is harassment and inappropriate. I know about the annoying neighbors. Personally experienced, I know about. But I do not see issue with supporting this, because there's no need for him to have to be harassing you and just have overkill on cameras, and all of them are pointing your house. And then the one member of the community, he lives 4 houses down, and across the 4 houses down, but on another street. Is that correct? That what I see in that probably be his friend, and they collaborated to have that done. But however, at the same time, I could support it.
Any other questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
I have a question for staff. Is it, can we rule on like an expiration date on the trellis, say 12 months to cool off both neighbors? It's really hard to legislate behavior, but if we give, it's already built, if we give this neighbor a 12-month kind of leave it be, and the neighbor will see that there's consequences to actions, they might be able to. The best thing would be for them to talk to each other, stop doing that,
I believe the board can stipulate a time frame. Trey's shaking his head. So yes, the board can stipulate a time frame.
Sorry. You can put a time limit on a variance, yes.
I don't think there's any cooling off. I think there's a neighbor that has a grievance for whatever reason, and so.
What would be the goal, to have him take the lights down and take cameras down?
Yeah, the thing of it,
What
we
happens?
have to kind of inspire. It's not we're trying to influence. We're trying to listen. This is ridiculous what you're doing to your neighbor, and the whole world sees this. And the Board of Adjustment agreed with him on this. For 12 months. Let's cool off, and let's maybe they'll find room for some sort of compromise. It just gives us. This is a really tense situation that could escalate, and he's already taken steps that have already affronted the neighbor. He's got this 12-foot ridiculous wall, but the reasoning for it, I understand, especially when you have kids, I understand that. But you cannot stop cameras and lighting from, we just have to be civil neighbors. And if we kind of give it a cooling off period, he's made the investment, and at that time, it's his job to make sure they find some sort of happy medium.
Do you think there could be a tit for tat? Let's say we do allow the fence. Is your neighbor going to now create a pole with a light on top of the pole shining down into your backyard? I mean, where does it end?
I think that you're correct. There's a very good chance that if you approve this, that he will do something else. I don't really know what to do about that. It continues to happen really regardless of what we do. We already have cameras shining in all of our bedroom our bedroom windows that are on the east side. I have reached out to our neighborhood officer who tried to mediate a conversation, but that was refused. Currently, the police department has this with the detective, but they don't feel like this is a criminal matter, so they've not done anything with regards to that yet. I would, from a financial perspective, I would say that if, I just don't know that there's a good situation where having to take the trellis down in a year would really be good for us, because we do have to invest additional cost into continuing the staining process and the planting process, and I wouldn't want to do that with the plan for it to come down a year later. I will say that we do fully intend to take the trellis down if a new neighbor ever moves in, or if things do cool off to the point where we feel like the offenses have stopped. We would be happy to remove that trellis despite the extra cost that we're about to put in it. But it's been 2 years, and I just don't see another year doing much.
It's just going to be really hard to say yes to this.
I understand.
It's just 12 feet is insane.
Okay, Mr. Costa?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant. So on the neighbor side, there is trees blocking that, correct? He's not having a direct view because the trees...
There were trees until he cut the limbs to allow for a direct view.
Thank you.
Ms. Duffy, do you have something?
I just was questioning where we are in the process. We still have opposition to listen to in this hearing, right?
We've already seen the opposition.
Yeah. They're not here, they just submitted.
Yeah, they're not here.
They're not in attendance.
Just have what's written, and then what they put on the board a few minutes ago. Any other questions for the applicant before I close the public hearing?
No.
Okay, we'll go and close the public hearing. We'll discuss this. Thank you.
I understand the trellis is not in accordance, but this is a tenuous situation, and it's been going on, and I don't have any issue in supporting the 12-foot. It doesn't run the entire length of the fence. I don't think there is a cooling off period, unfortunately, so I can support this.
I mean, disrupting your sleep is a huge thing. And to do it to the whole family, and apparently the next neighbors as well. You know, this is quite an unfortunate thing. I would obviously support this. I would want to specify that we put within the motion that this width of 25 feet may be limited to there. And as I said it out loud, I realized that they could just move another camera. I don't know. But I will support this either way.
Well, if they end up having to put another trellis, then they would come before us and ask for the variance, now knowing that that they would be called on by code enforcement. So I don't feel like we should limit it to just this one. I mean, the ask is for this, and I think that's what we should vote on, is this that's in place now.
Okay. Correct. And then you also shared, the applicant also shared that he tried to have the NPO mediate some kind of middle ground. There's other police involvement. This neighbor is he's not finna change. I know personally, this one is not going to change with all these cameras.
What bothered me was the sign the guy put up in the backyard so the camera could see you.
Yeah, it's just harassment.
Yeah, it's harassment for sure.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion for BAR 26-042 that we approve as written.
Second.
We have a motion for case BAR-26-042 to approve the request as written. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and second by Board Member Lucretia Powell. Roll call vote. Board Member James Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, sir. Maybe this will give you some negotiation power with your neighbor.
Thank you.
Okay, next case, BAR 26041. We'll hear from the staff.
The next case is BAR-26-041 for the property located at 4137 Anita Avenue. The subject property is owned by Megan Renee Wills, who is also the applicant. The property is zoned A-5, one-family residential, and it's located within the TCU overlay district. The applicant is requesting a variance to section 6.101D1C of the zoning ordinance to allow a reduced front yard setback. The required established front yard setback is 36 feet, and the applicant is proposing a front yard setback of 30 feet 1 inch in order to construct a new single-family residence. This results in a variance request of approximately 5 feet 11 inches. The subject property is approximately 12,000 square feet in area and is currently undeveloped following the demolition of a previous single-family residence. The property is located within an established residential neighborhood and was originally platted without alley access. The site contains several mature trees, a 10-foot utility easement along the rear property line, and a slight downward slope from the front of the property toward the rear. Staff reviewed the development history of the property, and in 2025, a residential raising permit was issued for the demolition and removal of the existing single-family residence and was finalized in October. Most recently, a residential new building permit was issued on April 14, 2026 for construction of a new single-family home, which is the subject of the current variance request. The applicant is proposing to construct a new single-family residence with a front yard setback of approximately 30 feet 1 inch, while the underlying A-5 zoning district requires a minimum front yard setback of 20 feet, and the recorded plat establishes a 30-foot building line. Those standards do not control in this case because more than 40% of the block face has been developed. As a result, the property is subject to the established front yard setback requirement, and staff determined that the adjacent resident located at 4133 Anita Avenue establishes the applicable front yard setback of 36 feet. Therefore, the required front yard setback for the subject property is 36 feet, and the proposed residence would be located approximately 30 feet 1 inch from the front property line, which is 6 feet less than the established front yard setback requirement. These are the proposed elevations. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And if the variance is approved, the applicant will be required to comply with all other applicable TCU overlay district regulations, including occupancy limitations for unrelated persons and any other applicable development standards. And if approved, the applicant will be required to comply with all remaining zoning regulations and obtain all necessary permits prior to construction. And this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. Will the applicant please come up? Please give us your name and your address. Yes, you can.
There's a presentation.
Gotcha. Okay.
My name is Megan Wills, and this is my husband, Robert Wills. Those 50 pages of pictures weren't mine. We won't go through those, I promise. We have the property at 4137 Anita Avenue. I've owned this property since 2000. This is a picture of the demo plot plan, which shows the original house, which was built in 1950, and it is at that 30-foot front setback. I'm going to go over this and say this probably too many times, but I'm not requesting a change from how the original home was placed within the lot size. The original construction obviously had similar challenges with this unique lot shape, which is why they brought it forward to that build line, which you see there at the 30 feet. Even if we would have demolished this house and put the same house back on, we would be here today. Can you move to the next? This was shown earlier, but this is the plot plan for our proposed home. Again, we're requesting the same front setback that was existing. We are within the build line and the zone ordinance, as the staff reviewed earlier. And then the challenge is the adjacent property, which is triggering this, which is why we're here today. The variance was identified at inspection. When we designed our home, we really did it in good faith. Our goalpost the entire time was at 30-foot line, just like the existing home was at. So that's what we were going forward with. As you can see on this lot, I'll continue on into this and explain further, but you see how it narrows quickly and it is a pie-shaped lot. We'll be living here with our family. My husband and I, our 2 children. We look at this as an upgrade to the neighborhood. The home that was there was aging. It was obviously not within code anymore, and we want to put something there that is an improvement. My husband is an only child with aging parents who will likely be moving in with us soon. So we're looking at this as a long-term situation. This is the subdivision plat they showed earlier. It's not highlighted here in my screen. It was highlighted. We have a pie-shaped lot when all of the others almost are rectangular shaped. And that's our hardship here, is that it narrows quickly towards the back, and most of the other ones are rectangular shaped. And it's also on the curve of the street. As you can see here, we can't simply take the home back. We're already within the side setbacks and don't want to go in any further, and obviously that creates another challenge to cut into the side setbacks. We've narrowed the home where we could. We've made nooks in. You can see how we've cut the sides in, but because it narrows so quickly, it was hard for designing the home on a lot, just like the original home that you saw, where they had it right up to that front line to make it make sense so that it was livable. The garage has to be up in front. There is no rear access, and obviously that takes a significant amount of space as well. This is a visual of just the adjacent property front setbacks. There's ours, the red dot. To the north is the one that's at almost 36. But as you come around that curve, you see that the next few, 4153 and 4157, are approximately those 30-foot setbacks. So we're not trying to be significantly different. It is really just the hardship of the shape of our lot. This is our proposed front home elevation. You know, we're trying to make it traditional looking. It will be new, so it will be meeting current building codes and standards, unlike the home that was existing. And again, because we're not changing that setback, we don't believe we're injuring or affecting adjacent properties. I'm gonna go through the 5 criteria that I know y'all are looking at. The literal enforcement creates the hardship, and that's where we are here. We're within the build line, we're within the zoning. It really is that adjacent property. The hardship is due to the shape of the lot. Almost all of the other lots on the subdivision are rectangular. Ours narrows quickly towards the rear, and it's on the curve. The hardship is not self-imposed. It's due to the shape of the lot. It was set at the subdivision creation in 1949, and we really aren't able to push the house back. If I could, I would. And I can't even put that same house exactly back where it was standing. We would be here today for the same reason. We don't believe, because we're not changing the front setback, that it's injuring adjacent properties. The previous house was built in 1950. It stood there for 75 years in existence. And like I said earlier, we're looking to improve. We're looking to enhance, and we believe it's in line with the orderly development, and the home will be in compliance with current building standards. Just in summary here, we're not moving the front setback from where the original one was, and we really believe our hardship is due to the shape of the lot. Thank you. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor, if there's any time left? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay, come on up, please. Give us your name and address.
Just a note, we did receive several letters of opposition in your late correspondence.
I'm Jim Stout, 4133 Anita Avenue. I'm their neighbor. Notwithstanding, they're very good people. Hang on a second.
In the microphone, please.
Sorry, you saw the plat, you saw how it was laid out. I don't disagree that the house as it stands per plan wouldn't allow them to move it back, but they chose a house that was sideways large. It's rectangular in the wrong direction. There are other houses in the neighborhood who have been upgraded. They fit within the lot. They didn't ask for variances. There's one around the corner on Manderley that was just recently upgraded. It fits very well. It fits with the nature of the neighborhood. It doesn't look out of place in the neighborhood. The neighborhood's old. You can see the other houses in that neighborhood there. They're all peak heights of less than 25 feet. The structure, as I draw on those red lines, that's literally how tall it will be. So it'll be 38 feet tall. It's raising up an extra foot because they've improved the property footprint right there where you see all the dirt. They've raised it up another foot. So it's the fact that they chose the structure in the pattern they did, that house plan is what's causing the difficulty. There are other house plans that would fit naturally into that area and give them all the space they needed. So it's, in my mind, it's a matter of choice of the house plan they chose that's preventing them from moving it backwards. And I agree, they had to slice off one corner of that large house. That house, first floor, is over 3,200 square feet without considering the garage. So that puts it up to around 3,800, 3,600, 3,800 square feet, footprint only. That's 3 times the size of any other house in the neighborhood, just about the ground floor. The total square footage would be somewhere around less than, they can clarify, 4,000 square feet. That doesn't fit the neighborhood at all. This is an obelisk in our neighborhood. So every house in that neighborhood, if you saw the floor plan they showed you, every house has a garage on the northern side, and they purposely did that so the exposure for each house as you cascade down through the neighborhood have a nice eyesight, and there's a line for the sun to shine in your windows. That will completely block all light from my house for 3 months out of the year. So I can't see the sky anymore out of my windows. That will be in the way. The previous house, and despite the commentary about the location of the front line, if you see where the neighbor's pickup truck is parked there, you see the protrusion of their garage, that is as far as the previous house, as far as their garage protruded. The entrance to that house, the legacy house that was torn down, went out another 3 feet. So it was nothing compared to this. So what you've got is a house that was staggered in size, the original house, and it curved with the natural curve of the road. The new house is completely rectangular, and it does take up more space. There are additional safety concerns another resident will express to you. But again, the nature of the neighborhood is not large houses, and that is already happening in our community. It's happening in a big way because of approvals that were made to allow this to occur. So that street has always been a nice walkway for people. They take their dogs out there and walk, kids play, because it's a nice open street. And the original plan sight lines did not allow for structures like that to block our view, to block the proper sight line, the safety protocols. There's an elementary school right down the road, Westcliff Elementary. They go in early, they leave early, but they zoom down our road because it's a parallel path to Trail Lake. So it's a very busy road. So there is a safety issue also. We don't want it out there for the safety issue. So 2 primary reasons. So I'm just going to go through the list real quick of the checkpoints, which they described a second ago. So the question is, will literal enforcement of the ordinance result in a hardship, practical difficulty, only because of the plan that they chose? They could easily move a house in that was narrower in profile to the front and longer in profile to the sides, which is very normal in our community. Is the hardship self-imposed? Yes, they chose the plan, and they had to try and make it fit the lot. And they've had that lot, as she mentioned, since 2000, which means she knew the size of the lot when they started to choose their plan. It's not a surprise. They knew it the whole time.
You have 3 minutes left. You have another speaker as well?
Oh, thank you, and I will.
7 minutes total.
Let me cut short. Thank you. So again, I believe it's self-imposed. And I do believe it'll set a negative precedent to the community if that was approved. I'll let the other person speak.
Just come on up and say your name and address. That'll work.
Hi, I'm Barbara Maloney. I live at 4125 Anita Avenue, Fort Worth 76109. I've been there for 38 years. I walked to Rhonda and Harry's house that she rented to for many, many years and never had to walk out to the front, ever. It was always, there was like a planter box out there, but their door was back. Anyway, I'm here to speak about the safety and about how this house does not fit our neighborhood at all. It's like trying to put a McMansion in a very old ranch-style one-story neighborhood. We picked this neighborhood for the aesthetic of having the big trees, the wide front yard, the gracious spacing, and this house has nothing. You can take and look at the photos around here, this curve that they talk about. They are getting ready to blind. It's a kind of a long blind curve that sweeps, if you look at the next photo as well, and even photo 4. And you can see all the houses here. They're wanting to put in a house that is taller than the highway signs that you all were voting on earlier. And everybody in this neighborhood is going to be in shadow from it across the street and to the side. Also, it's going to block that. Can you turn that up so that they can see? We have a lot of young families. There's a man on a scooter with a child in the backpack. When they build their house out, it is going to make the long curve even more difficult to see around, both for drivers coming from the south to the north, as well as for people who are pushing strollers with babies, children learning to ride bicycles, and people on scooters and skateboards going that way. And I don't want blood on my hands for not trying to block them blocking that line of sight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would you like to respond? 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Robert Wills. And we also will be reintroducing our young family to this neighborhood. I don't understand the curve of the street. It should be noted that our house at this new mark is still 40 feet off of the curb. So hopefully we can drive our cars without looking up 20 feet at the house and still be safe, and there's no blood on anybody's hands in the neighborhood. I don't think this will impose anybody riding their bicycles or walking, since the house is in no different position on the lot as the previous home was. And we built this house in consideration of the other houses going up around us in Canto, all around us, Carolyn Street, in hopes of bringing some new life to the neighborhood versus addition upon addition upon addition to existing homes, and where the structures are basically uninhabitable and looking terrible. Our neighbor has 3 or 4 additions on his, and it looks like a flea market. So we're trying to bring a balanced look to this lot, and we're in compliance with all building standards. So I don't think the height or where it sits on the lot has any change from the previous home that we had. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Is there any questions for the applicant?
I had a question.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you all for the presentation and the details so far. What things have y'all done to either minimize the footprint already or alter the shape of the footprint thus far to get to this point?
Well, for one, our architect had to work with the build line that was established within the plat, because we didn't really realize our neighbor was set back 6 feet. Everybody else on the right-hand side of him are at that 30-foot lot. So he's actually imposed this shorter or setback, this longer setback for us. It's just his house. So we have cut in the kitchen a little bit, and of course we wanted to keep the backyard. Our kids have a huge backyard now, and we didn't want that to go away. We wanted it to still be a place to have a garden, and so up was the only way.
That bell wasn't for you, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Earlier.
But so we consider, what are we going to need for 4 family members plus maybe a 5th in the future. So this is it.
Yeah, that was it for right now. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Kay.
I just have a question, and maybe staff has a quick answer to this. Perhaps you covered it already, and I slept through it, I'm sorry. But the square footage of the home in total and the square footage on the first floor, I know that the opposition cited it, but do we have a number on that?
Emily, do you have a number for the floor area? What's the number used for?
I think it's 2,700 on the bottom and 1,400 on top, approximately.
I
On
did
the
have a
building-
question for staff.
On the building permit, it says 4,002 square feet of living area and 993 of garage, porch, and patio area.
I had a question for staff. Is that now? So the setback for this neighborhood, is it 25 feet, but the build line is what's pushing them further back?
The build line is, the setback per the zoning district is 20 feet. The build line is established at 30 feet. The established front yard, due to their neighbor home being set back 35, 36 feet, is what establishes their front yard setback. So they have to meet the setback of their neighbor's home, or they can push back further, but they can't go closer to the street.
Right, okay. And then I'm sure it was stated multiple times, but the former house was 30 feet and this one's 30 feet.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead. You have a question? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll open it up for discussion.
I'll start. So the shape of the lot is textbook hardship. And I mean, in general, we would approve this sort of case. We don't have any control over the fact that the zoning has not precluded a 2-story house. I mean, I really feel for the neighbors, because you do have a beautiful looking neighborhood, and it will be a different house than what you have in the neighborhood. But I don't think we have any jurisdiction over, I mean, we have nothing we can do about the second story or even the size of the house. Other than that, it's a textbook case we would approve.
So, yeah, I have great empathy for the neighbors, because I live in an adjacent neighborhood where deed restrictions, when the neighborhood was developed, not only defined 1-story ranch-style homes, they also had 10 feet setbacks on each side, and the current houses that are being built squeeze right to that 5-foot. And they do currently, instead of 9-foot ceilings, 10 and 12 feet ceilings going up. and the new homes overshadow the old homes. And when there get to be a lot of them, the reality is that the value of the older homes goes down. So it's very difficult. I would encourage you to look into something called a conservation district. I tried that in my neighborhood. I was unsuccessful. But it allows you to, there are things you cannot control. You cannot control height. You cannot control height. There is a limit by the code to the maximum height, and it allows for 3 stories. Not necessarily 3 stories of 15 feet ceilings, but in the code for Fort Worth, you cannot preclude a 3rd story. I can talk to you afterwards if you like. Everything in here meets code, with the exception of the setback, because setback in an established neighborhood is the greater of those 3 elements. So we're here today specifically for that one variance. That one variance, because that is the only thing that is outside of code. And this meets the justification for a variance. So as much as I'm with you, I mean, I just had one of these built right next to my ranch house. So I'm going to have to support it, because that's what we do. We have to look at code, and we have to look at the justifications for a variance.
Can I ask one more quick question? This is a question for legal. One of the letters that we received last night mentioned a deed restriction in the neighborhood. Does anybody have any input on that? Does that mean?
They expire after 50 years.
The city doesn't enforce deed restrictions. That would be a civil matter for someone else. We could enforce that.
And once they expire, you can't even do civil. So if they closed the house today, you probably would not get those deed restrictions. When I bought my house, we had the deed restrictions, but they were not enforceable.
This is Johnson. I want to say this. We've heard many, many, many cases, and I want to compliment everyone who presented in favor and in opposition, because you stuck to the standards involved in the variance ordinances, and your presentations were clear, and I just want to compliment both of you for that. And echo other things that were said here, but I want to just emphasize how much we appreciate the presentation that both of you made.
Okay. Any other discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the variance presented today as written.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the variance request as requested by the applicant for case BAR-26-041. Motion made by Board Member Kay Duffy and second by Board Member Jim Whitten. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next case, BAR-26-048. Staff, would you please present?
The next case is BAR-26-048, located at 10401 Kings Point Boulevard. The applicant is Shield Engineering Group, and the property owner is the Development Corporation of Tarrant County. The subject property is zoned A-5, one-family district. The request before you is for a variance to the minimum required projected front yard setback. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to reduce the required 50-foot projected front yard setback to 5 feet along the southern property line, fronting McPherson Road, resulting in a 45-foot variance request. This variance is to allow construction of a new single-family home. The subject property is a vacant corner lot located in a redeveloping residential area. The site contains no mature trees and no floodplain. There is a minor grade change of approximately 1% slope from the northwest corner down to the southwest corner. There are 2 related applications associated with this property: an urban forestry review for 5 single-family lots awaiting client response as of April, and a preliminary plat for a replat of Lot 25X, Block 9 of Kings Point, also awaiting client reply. The applicant is proposing construction of a new single-family residence as a part of a larger subdivision redevelopment. The property is currently being replatted from 2 lots into 6 lots, with 5 proposed single-family residential lots. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 5-foot projected front yard setback along the southern property line, where a 50-foot minimum setback is required. The requirement is because the southern property line abuts McPherson Road, and under section 6.101F1, that side yard is treated as a projected front yard due to the orientation of the adjacent property at 1301 McPherson Road. The adjacent property has an established front yard setback of approximately 114 feet, which results in the required 50-foot projected front yard setback for this site. Section 6.101 requires that corner lots maintain a projected front yard setback consistent with the adjacent street-facing development pattern up to a maximum of up to 50 feet. In this case, the ordinance results in a 50-foot minimum setback requirement along McPherson Road. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And if approved, the variance would apply only to the requested setback reduction. The applicant would still be required to complete the final plat and meet all other applicable development standards prior to the issuance of building permits. And this concludes staff's presentation. I do want to note, I do believe the applicant will be asking for a continuance. The applicant is here present, but they submitted a new site plan on Monday that staff has not reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a question. Just for clarification, so they want to build 5 lots, and is it only one that's asking for the 5-foot setback?
Correct.
And it's because of, so the picture, if we go back to the actual picture where it shows the yellow box and the, I guess that's a home with a large driveway. So that's what's causing that setback.
Yes, this house right here.
It's a church.
Oh, church, okay.
The maximum front yard setback that we can enforce is 50 feet.
I thought that was a large driveway.
Well, it is a driveway, and then
like a standard driveway
yes.
for a home.
Good? Okay. We will hear from the applicant. Come on up, state your name, address.
Landon Geary, 2236 Scenic Bluff Boulevard, Fort Worth, Texas, 76111.
Okay, 7 minutes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So appreciate staff giving that overview. The intent today is to file a continuance with board approval. We've worked diligently with the city to try to come up with a little less aggressive setback reduction ask, try to be respectful of the neighbors. That is a church to the east. It is setting the standard. If you follow that block face all the way down, there's already 2 homes in violation of the 50-foot. So what we are asking is a continuation today to come back and represent in July with a different setback reduction request. It will be substantially less aggressive than the 5-foot as shown today.
Thank you.
Can we get them on the June docket, or would it have to be July?
July.
Be the July 15th hearing.
Okay, any opposition here to speak? Okay, we'll move to board discussion.
I make a motion to grant a continuance to next month's meeting, if there's no opposition.
Didn't staff say it'd be July before, or June, August, will it be July? I mean, will they get here in time is what I'm saying. I mean, will they have?
Yes.
But
Yes.
do the applicant need 30 days or 60 days extension?
So the applicant is requesting a continuance to the next public hearing, July 15th. He has already submitted a revised plan on Monday. Staff, we haven't reviewed it for this.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Let me state it's BAR 26-048, move for a continuance until July's meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to continue case BAR-26-048 to the July public hearing. Motion made by Board Member Jana Herrera and second by Board Member Jim Whitten. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next case will be BAR 26047. If you're to speak on that one, please move to the front. Staff will present before you speak.
Good afternoon. Case BAR-26-047. The address of the property is 3800 Bryce Avenue. The applicant is Kyle McDaniels. The owner is Kyle McDaniels, and the applicant is Eddie Cervantes. The zoning of the property is B2 family. The applicant is requesting two variances. Variance A is to the requirement that front yard setbacks in the residential district shall be the setback of the nearest building on either side that is closest to the street to allow a reduced front yard setback where a 29-foot front yard setback applies. The applicant is requesting a 20-foot front yard setback. Variance B is to the two-family district development standards requiring a minimum side yard setback of 10 feet adjacent to the side street to allow a one-family dwelling to encroach into the required side yard setback along the eastern property line. The applicant is requesting a 8 feet, 3 inch setback. The subject property is a vacant 6,516.79 square foot lot located within an established neighborhood. The site contains an approximate 8.6% downward slope from the rear to the front of the property and several mature trees. The property is not located within the FEMA 100-year floodplain. However, a small area near the southern property boundary is located within a city-designated non-FEMA flood risk area. No other environmental constraints were identified. The lot history that we have on this property was a raising permit that was approved for demolition of the single-family home, which was finalized in July of 2025. Here's the proposed site plan. Variance A, the applicant requests a variance to reduce the required front yard setback from 29 feet to 20 feet along Bryce Avenue. While the minimum front yard setback for the zoning district is 20 feet, the property is subject to a 29-foot established front yard setback because more than 40% of the block face has been developed. The established front yard setback is determined by the adjacent residents at 3804 Bryce Avenue, which maintains a 29-foot front yard setback. The request would be would reduce the required setback by 9 feet. Variance B, the proposed request, the applicant requests a variance to reduce the required side yard setback adjacent to the side street from 10 feet to 8 feet 3 inches. The property is a corner lot, and the proposed residence includes a fireplace bump out that projects into the required side yard setback along the eastern property line. The request would reduce the required setback by 1 foot 9 inches. Here are the regulations for the front yard setback. Here are the regulations for the B2 family side yard setback requirement. And here are the board actions. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. Do we know before, it looks like it's an empty lot now.
Yes.
Did it meet the minimum required yard setback with the previous home?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll go ahead and bring the applicant up. You have 7 minutes. Tell us your name and address, please.
Afternoon, Board. My name is Eddie Cervantes. Address is 901 West 1st Street, Fort Worth, Texas, 76102. I am with the architecture firm applying for this variance on behalf of our client, Kyle McDaniel. I do want to make a clarification that it appears that it is labeled a 20-foot setback, but we actually are only going to be going to 25.1. So we actually just need a variance of about 4 feet. We don't intend to build anything past the 25-foot setback. We are just going to be providing landscaping and then a new pathway up to the front door. The elevations. Let me hand over these elevations for her. We do have some elevations of the building. We designed it so that the front of the building has a shed roof that will fall in line with the So the front portion of the house, it is going to be 2 stories. The front portion will only be 1 story. The shed roof will fall in line with the adjacent property at 3804. So even though, although it does protrude about 4 feet further out from the established front yard setback, we don't feel that it's going to overshadow the height of the neighboring house. Also, Mr. McDaniel has an ongoing relationship with his neighbor, and he has reached out to her to let her know about this process, and that if she ever decides to sell the property, that he would be happy to purchase the property and develop it as well. That's pretty much for the presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them right now.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else here to speak in favor or opposition? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for questions from the board up here. May I have questions for the applicant? Nope.
Is there anything about the shape or elevation or topography of this lot that would prevent you from designing this house to comply with the front setback?
Yes, so they did mention, staff did mention that there's the grading change is 8.6% towards the rear. We will have to create a retaining wall at that alleyway and then alongside the adjacent property line. Because of that, the retaining wall is going to be about 8 inches to up to, I believe, 16 inches wide, which with the pathway, there's a pathway that we designed towards the rear of the property. That way he can walk around the space. That's 4 foot wide. That's what pushes the property, the building 4 foot south.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and we'll open it up for conversation up here. Thank you.
did we get a square footage on the new build and the old build?
You want to know the square footage of the previous home or
Both.
the?
4,533 square feet. It's right there on that site plan. I don't know what the split is between the first and the second floor, though.
This is your proposed home. She's asking for the setbacks of the previous.
Oh, no, we do not know what the existing setbacks were previously. I do not know.
So, Kay, I did look at Google Earth, which still had the old structure in place, and it was pretty much in line with the adjacent property. And that whole street is pretty much in line with that setback. In general, I don't see anything about the lot that makes this a hardship, much except, wanting to build a larger home on it than I think the lot can accommodate. So I will not be supporting the setback to the front. The side, the variance, the second variance, where they're just, that is just 6 feet wide from the diagram that they're asking to move out towards the street. And if a motion was written so that the variance was just for 6 feet, I would support that. But again, it's just too much house for the lot, the way that it is.
Yeah, for me, looking at his site plan, it looks like he did maximize his space very efficiently. The space on the rear of the property, he mentioned a pathway. It looks like that's just a 5-foot easement. Is that correct? Like at the rear of the property? Okay.
Yeah, and 5 foot is
That's the minimum
zoning minimum.
required.
Yeah.
Right, so he's in compliance there. He's compliance on the west side of the property. And this area is being very heavily, densely built. So from my perspective, although it might be a 4-foot request adjustment, it's not completely out of line for this neighborhood and what's being built over there. So personally, I would be able to support this.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, ready for a motion?
I'll move that we approve BAR-26-047 as submitted.
There are 2 variances. Do you want to take them
Oh,
separate?
I'm sorry. Well, we can vote on either separately. I'd vote both A and B.
I would say vote on them separately.
And I would also, if it stands like that, I'll do an alternate motion on B to define just a maximum of 6 feet. So are we doing 2 separate or 2 separate?
So
if we have an alternate motion for B, I don't know if we've heard a second yet, but if we do, then we would definitely vote on them separately because we'll take A first, then we'll take the alternate for B, and then we would, if necessary, take the original for B.
Yeah, my concern is if we approve B as is, then the readjustment of the entire property would be moved over because we would be approving it to get that extra footage. Do you hear what I'm saying? That we'd be granting that for the entire width of the house. What I want to do,
Sounds like you want to just constrain the 8'3" side setback to the specifics of the proposed
to the
plan.
specifics of the blueprint, yes, so that they are allowed, they don't have to take the fireplace out of the blueprint, which if we don't approve it, they'd have to take the fireplace out. If we approve it with that 6 foot, they can continue with that. I mean, they could feasibly take that third garage out and fit on the lot. Now then we would I don't know how many bedrooms this is, whether we'd be dealing with having to have another parking spot behind the front wall or not, but yeah, so I'll do an alternate motion for BAR 26-047 for variance B, that we approve the 8-foot 3-inch side setback for 6 feet across on the property, on the building line.
I'm not understanding that at all.
Okay, so instead of saying, the way it's written,
So the setback from the property line to the fireplace is 8 foot 3 inches.
Correct.
And you only want that 8 foot 3 inches to apply only to
8
the,
foot 3 inches is the distance. The width of the fireplace that goes out,
you only want the
That's
the
6
setback
feet.
to apply to
that's 6 feet.
of the fireplace.
Right. We've got the wrong
the
wrong drawings up there. I mean, you can't look at that and see what I'm talking about, because that's a second story. You have to look at the first story. You're going the wrong direction. Keep going. Keep going. Guess it's not in your presentation. Can we go to
Stacy, can you go to the docket?
It's on the docket, yeah.
So what is the hardship? Does anybody see any
There's
hardship?
no hardship. It's, the only hardship is self-imposed, and that's the size of the property. Size of the property and the size of the home that's being developed. Keep going. Keep going. Wait, wait. Yeah, right there. Okay, so if you look at the top of the drawing, there's a square box on the right, and that's the fireplace. So look at the living room. You're sitting on the sofa, you're looking at the fireplace. So their request is, you see how the house line is, the house line is 10 feet back, just as the zoning ordinance is, until you get to the fireplace, and that juts out. And that's the reason for the 8-foot 3-inch side setback. Now, I don't mind granting it for a fireplace, but I don't want the whole house to go out. I want the house to keep respect of the 10-foot side setback. Now with the picture, does that make sense? Yes. That's to you. Okay.
I get it.
Yes, but Trey, can you help us phrase the motion for variance B to only allow the 8 foot 3 inches to apply to the area where the fireplace is?
Yep, I mean, that's fine. That would be the alternate motion for
Right.
B.
Right. Right, so that respects the side setback, but allows them to do the fireplace.
If it makes it easier, I'll amend my motion to that regard, just so it goes out to include the fireplace.
Trey is nodding his head.
Yes, we'll need the second for that amended motion.
I'll make a second.
All right, and we're voting separately.
Can I make one other comment before we vote? And that is that I understand that some of the new development is protruding, but when I look at the zoning and the intent of going into an established neighborhood, it's maintaining respect for the properties that are already there, so that when you go out your front door and you look to either side, you're not looking at a building, you're looking at a street. So we're not forcing people out because their home is no longer viable compared to the new construction. So
Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-047, Variance A as requested by the applicant. Variance B with the stipulation where the 8 feet 3 inches only applies to the area outlined on the site plan that encompasses the 6-foot fireplace. Okay. The motion made by Board Member Jim Whitten and second by Board Member Jana Herrera. Roll call vote for variance A. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
Variance A fails. Roll call vote for variance B. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Okay.
That's a yes for Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next case, BAR 26037. Staff will present.
The next case is BAR-26-037, located at 633 Westwood Avenue. The applicant and property owner is Corina Bennett. The subject property is zoned A-10 One Family District. The applicant is requesting 2 variances from the A-10 One Family District Development Standards. Variance A is to the required minimum 25-foot front yard setback to allow a reduced setback of 21 feet 1 inch, resulting in a deficiency of 3 feet 11 inches. Variance B is to the required minimum 5-foot side yard setback to allow construction of an attached 2-car garage encroaching to a 1-foot 6-inch side yard setback, resulting in a deficiency of 3 feet 6 inches. The subject property is a rectangular interior lot located within an established residential neighborhood and was platted without alley access. According to Tarrant County Appraisal District records, the lot is approximately 6,767 square feet and is currently developed with a single-family residence. Between September 2007 and January 2013, the original 1-car garage and carport were converted into a bedroom. The site is generally flat, contains several mature trees, and is not located within a floodplain. No significant environmental constraints have been identified. The property has the following relevant history: ZC-07-160, zoning change from A-5 One Family District to A-10 One Family District. For variance A, the applicant is requesting to construct an attached 2-car garage with a front yard setback of 21 feet 1 inch. The A-10 zoning district requires a minimum 25-foot front yard setback, resulting in a deficiency of 3 feet 11 inches. For variance B, the applicant is requesting to construct an attached 2-car garage encroaching into the required side yard setback. The A-10 district requires a minimum 5-foot side yard setback, and the applicant is requesting a reduced setback of 1 foot 6 inches, resulting in a deficiency of 3 feet 6 inches along the western side yard. The proposed garage measures approximately 21 feet 4 inches by 22 feet 3 inches with a height of 9 feet. The existing single-family home is approximately 2,066 square feet and contains 3 bedrooms. The property is required to provide 2 off-street parking spaces behind the front building line, which is met through a proposed 2-car garage and 2 additional driveway parking spaces. The proposed development results in approximately 45.67% lot coverage, which remains below the 50% maximum allowed in the A-10 district. These are the proposed elevations. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant will still be required to meet all other applicable zoning, development, and building code regulations.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question. Oh, sorry. The current structure, is it at the 1 foot 6 inches that they're requesting? Would it be in the exact same spot? I mean, it will, but will it still be 1 foot 6 inches?
So there is 1 foot 6 inches back here. Let me see.
Because they're requesting, instead of a 5 foot, the 1 foot 6 inches. So I didn't know if currently that's where the structure is.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Duffy, you had something?
Do we have a photo of what the house looks like now? So there's a garage on it now. They're tearing that off?
The applicant will be able to answer those questions.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant then. Come on up. You have 7 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Carl Honfeld. I'm with HGC Development. I reside at 3824 Lindcrest Drive, Fort Worth, Texas, 76109. Our client came to us. The existing garage, I believe, was built without permit prior to her ownership of the property. She's owned the property since 2014. It isn't really a garage. It's kind of an open-air side, open carport. It's really a bad, poorly built structure. She'd like an enclosed 2-car garage. And so what we're requesting is to tear this garage off, build the new garage up to within 1 foot 6 of the right property line, and then we need to project it forward as requested to make it a legitimate garage. The original house, I believe, had a 1-car garage that was built in, again, I don't know when, probably without permit. The property to the right is actually the fence to the rear yard of that person's property. So there is no front yard to the right of this property. That fence goes almost all the way to the curb. So I don't believe there's any detriment to that owner. And so I think this will be an improvement to the property. Definitely help her with a garage that's functional and useful, and it'll improve the elevation in our opinion.
Thank you. Any other speakers speak in favor? Anybody in opposition? Okay, we'll open up to questions. Go ahead, Ms.
So the footprint of the new garage versus the picture I'm looking at right now is the same?
It'll be a little bit further forward toward the street. The side yard setback is currently about 18 inches off the side property line, the right side.
Which is what you're asking for.
Which is what we're asking for. And we're not, the house is not built in compliance or as it stands. And then we need a couple more feet forward or to the 21, I don't remember the exact.
Get a car in it.
To get a car in it, yeah.
Anybody else?
So this previously was an A5, which would have had a 20-foot setback for front yard. And because they turned it A10, now it has 25-foot setback.
Yes.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and we'll open it up for board discussion or motion.
I don't have an issue with this. I think it will greatly improve the look of the home.
I think it's a big improvement, and for the variance on the front setback, I see a hardship because while it is A10, the lot is only 6,757 square feet, and A10 starts at 10,000 square feet. So there probably was the only lot that was under 10,000 square foot when they rezoned. You can always throw in one or two houses. So when you do a rezoning of a block, so therefore I think it's a hardship that they don't have the space that they otherwise would be authorized to use. So I support both of these variances. And I'm ready to make a motion unless people want to talk about it. Okay.
And your motion is going to include A and B?
Yeah, we can vote on them separately.
That wasn't my question. My question was, were they going to include A and B together?
Yes. That could be voted on separately. The motion would be for BAR 26-047 that we
37.
047. Yes?
No. 37.
Oh.
We finished 047.
Changed it.
It's just flip.
Okay. This is the old version. That we approve both variances to be voted on separately.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-037 as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and second by Board Member Juan Manuel Costa. The vote for variances A and B will be taken separately. Roll call vote for variance A. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member.
Yes.
Thank you. Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
And for the record, that was a yes from Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Roll call vote for variance B. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Congratulations.
You forgot me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Sergio Garza.
Well, I don't want to say now. Yes.
Did you?
Say yes.
Yes, okay. For the record, that's a yes from Board Member Sergio Garza.
Okay, next case, BAR 26045. If you're speaking in favor or opposition, please come to the front. Thank you.
The next case is BAR-26-045, located at 209 Williamsburg Lane. The subject property is zoned A-10, one-family district. The property owner is C.R. Mitchell Family Limited Partnership, and the applicant is Sarah Garner. The applicant is requesting a variance to the A-10 one-family district development standards to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, specifically a detached carport, to encroach into the required side yard setback along the northern property line. The zoning ordinance requires a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet, and the applicant is requesting a side yard setback of 1 foot, resulting in a deficiency of 4 feet. The subject property is located within an established residential neighborhood. The lot is approximately 9,000 square feet in size, rectangular in shape, and was originally platted without alley access. The property is relatively flat and contains several mature trees located within both the front and rear yards. There is no regulated floodplain on the property, and staff did not identify any other significant environmental constraints. According to Tarrant County Appraisal District records, the primary residence was constructed in 1942. This is the property's lot history. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a detached carport along the northern side of the property. The proposed carport measures approximately 20 feet 6 inches in width, 22 feet 2 inches in length, and 12 feet 8 inches in height, for a total area of approximately 455 square feet. And the applicant is requesting a 1-foot side yard setback, where a minimum 5-foot setback is required by the A-10 zoning district, and this results in a setback deficiency of 4 feet. The property currently has a lot coverage of approximately 26.57%. If the proposed carport is approved and constructed, the lot coverage would increase to approximately 31.62%. The A-10 zoning district allows a maximum lot coverage of 40%. Therefore, the proposed structure would remain within the maximum lot coverage permitted by the zoning ordinance. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant will still be required to meet all other applicable zoning development and building code regulations.
Thanks. Any questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Please give us your name and address.
Hi.
You have 7 minutes.
Can you hear me? Hi, I'm Sarah Garner, and I live at 209 Williamsburg Lane. My parents and I make up the C.R. Mitchell Family Limited Partnership, and as I just said, I also live at the property, and I'm also the architect of these plans. I did submit more drawings electronically. I guess you scroll into them. Although it's essentially what was already in your presentation. They all need to. They were rotated correctly when I sent them. You have the presentation that I sent on Monday. This was in with the application, and then there we go. There we go.
That's not it.
This isn't me.
We'll give you more time if you need it.
That's okay. I'm sorry, how do you do it?
Yeah, further down in the correspondence, I can see that they're oriented properly if you just continue further. That's not hers.
That's not mine, no ma'am.
Page 119 of late correspondence.
Well, I can go ahead and talk about it. As was stated, it's what we'd like to do is build an open-air carport directly in front of our existing garage. And the existing garage is built just 1 foot off the property line. So in order to just properly align a new open-air carport, we would like to use that same setback. Our garage is too narrow to pull your cars in and park them within the garage and be able to open both doors. But if we had an open air carport, you know, you'd be able to take advantage of that open space on either side to park both vehicles and, you know, just keep them protected in hailstorms and that type of thing. So here I drew in chalk where the proposed columns would be, and then also just showed some photos of similar installations in the neighborhood, just that it wouldn't be out of place with what others have done, primarily because when this neighborhood was built and the homes built in it, the driveways are by and large directly on the property line with detached garages at the back of the property. And then I just had some talking points there on the next slide, of which I just said that a new carport would provide protection from hailstorms for the two vehicles, and you really can't shift that over and then have any usability of the existing garage. And, then that way we could use the garage for a future third car, and that I believe that it would blend with the existing architecture of the property and the residential typology of the neighborhood. And everybody, all the neighbors that I've spoken to are all in favor of it. So I'd take any questions y'all have.
Give us one minute. Is there anybody here speaking in opposition? Okay, see none? Okay, we'll open it up to discussion or to questions from the board.
Just want to commend you on your, sometimes it makes it easier when you bring in the information the way you present it. I know it took a little time, but it makes it easier for us to see that, what you're presenting to us. And in one of your pictures, you actually see the consequence of not having a carport. There's a lot of damage from hail on the floor. Trees are all damaged, so I just want to thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay. Can you go back to the elevation, the drawings?
I'm not in control of the clicker.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, are the pillars, are they going to line up with the garage?
Yes, sir. Okay. I've maximized that so that the, I believe it's 6x6 post with the face of the post aligning with the exterior of the existing garage.
Okay. And is the roof structure going to essentially mirror the roof structure of the existing garage?
Yes, sir. Although I currently don't have it touching, it would be an independent structurally, but it would, using the same slope and all of that.
And the same ridge, the same height and so forth?
I think so. I'm going back and forth.
Okay. Well, it looks, from this drawing, it looks, I can't hardly tell, but it looks close.
Yes, sir.
I may have missed this. Was there an existing structure?
The garage the enclosed garage that's there is existing.
That's there, okay.
But there wasn't
You're
anything
just adding
in
the
front of it.
carport on.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Looks like there's a ceiling fan to keep the cars cool.
Well, if we get approved, we'd, like to have it have some multiple uses.
Yeah, might be a social gathering.
I think that's why our neighbors are in favor of it.
Yeah. All right, we'll close the public hearing and then we'll open it up to discussion.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
I don't have a problem with this one at all.
Yeah, this is pretty clear cut and it's consistent with the neighborhood. It's really the only choice.
There's no other debate. I'd like to make a motion on the BAR-20-045 as written.
Second.
Who was that second? I'm sorry. Whitten, okay. We have a motion to approve case BAR-26-045 as requested by the applicant. The motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and seconded by Board Member Jim Whitten. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Congratulations. Okay, BAR 26-044 is next. Would the applicant please come to the front, be ready to speak?
Excuse me, staff, I didn't see, the applicant has not moved to the front.
Applicants are here.
Okay.
The next case is BAR-26-044, located at 7805 Pensacola Avenue. The subject property is zoned A-5, one-family district. The property owners are Leticia and Daniel Salinas, and the applicant is Jennifer Salinas. The applicant is requesting both a special exception and a variance. Special exception A is to allow a carport within the required front yard of a residential dwelling. Variance B is to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, specifically a detached carport, to encroach into the required side yard setback along the western property line. The A-5 zoning district requires a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet. The applicant is requesting a side yard setback of 1 foot, resulting in a deficiency of 4 feet. The subject property is located on an interior street within an established residential neighborhood. The property is approximately 9,928 square feet in size, relatively flat, and was platted without alley access. Several mature trees are located within the rear yard, and there is no regulated floodplain present on the site. Staff did not identify any other significant environmental constraints. According to the appraisal district records, the primary residence was constructed in 1956 and fronts Pensacola Avenue. The property currently contains driveway access from Pensacola Avenue. A garage previously existed on the property. However, it was converted into a bedroom in January of 2026. This is the property's lot history. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow an existing carport located within the required front yard setback. The carport measures approximately 20 feet in width, 27 feet in length, and 11 feet in height. The structure encroaches approximately 20 feet into the established front yard and is located approximately 10 feet from the front property line. The location of the carport is intended to provide cover for the existing concrete drive leading to the driveway. The existing driveway measures approximately 9 feet 5 inches wide and widens to approximately 18 feet by 41 feet. In addition to the special exception request, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow the carport to encroach into the required side yard setback along the western property line. The A-5 zoning district requires a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet. The applicant is requesting a setback of 1 foot, resulting in a deficiency of 4 feet. Staff also notes that there are 4 other attached carports located on the block face. One of those carports are approved through a reasonable accommodation request, and another was approved through a prior Board of Adjustment action. The property's current lot coverage is approximately 17.17%. If the special exception and variances are approved, the resulting lot coverage would increase to approximately 22.61%. The A-5 zoning district allows a maximum lot coverage of 50%. Therefore, the proposed development would remain well within the maximum lot coverage permitted by ordinance. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant will still be required to meet all other applicable zoning, development, and building code regulations. I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions? What is the front yard setback? Is there one established? I'm not seeing it.
There is an established front yard setback. Give me 1 second, we can find that information. However, for the carport, as it relates to the special exception, it's just to allow the carport in the front yard.
Okay, not allowed.
To allow it,
Yeah, but currently it's not, okay.
yeah. It's not allowed by right without the special exception.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll hear from the applicants, please. Come on up. You have 7 minutes. Please tell us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Salinas. I live in 7805 Pensacola Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Leticia and Daniel Salinas, the owners of 7805 Pensacola Avenue. We are here today because we received a notice from the Development Service Department to obtain permits for the carport, and we worked with the city since then to come into compliance. We asked for 2 related approvals, a special inspection to allow our existing carport in front of the yard and variance reducing the side yard setback from 5 feet to 1 feet along the western property line. Sorry. When we applied for the permits for the carport, the city had explained to us the approval process, including today's hearing, required first, and we follow every step to obtain. We also use this opportunity to obtain an unrelated permit on our garage to bedroom conversion when the city has already finalized. Our home was built in 1942, well before the city current 5 side yard standard existed, and the lot was plated without an alley access. That means there's no rear loaded option for parking. Any covered parking has to go where the driveway already is. After we bought the home, we made some improvements over time, including widening the driveway and later adding the carport, without realizing a roof carport specifically required permits and a zoning setback review, even though it's open-sided. The carport doesn't block the way along the house to the backyard. The carport is 20 feet wide and 27 long and 11 feet high, which matches home existing roof line, and it's open-sided. It has proper drainage. The carport does not impact the adjacent. The adjacent owner signed the support petition and also wrote a supporting comment. Sorry, give me one moment. Now for the variance. The question was asked, will literal enforcement of the ordinance result in a hardship or practical difficulty? Yes, the lot width and the home original 1942 footprint leave very little room along the side yard. If we had to meet the full 5 feet setback, we wouldn't be able to have covered the parking here at all. The existing driveway simply isn't wide enough to allow it. The second question is the condition unique to the property or common to the others around the area? It's unique because this predates the modern setback standard decades and was plated without the alley access a combination not shared by every property in the area. The narrow side yard is a structure feature of how the home was already originated, cited, and not simply self-created. Third question, is the hardship self-imposed? No, because of, again, the 9.5 of it on the side of the house. And then the fourth question, will this injury of the adjacent property? No, this does not injure the adjacent property. The carport is open-sided and non-habitable, just a roof for the vehicles to protect from extreme weather conditions, like we recently had this year for the snow and also the hail damage. It matches our home existing roof line and enclosed mass next to the neighboring property. And it doesn't have that, sorry. There's already proper drainage, and then again, the adjacent signed the support petition and also wrote the comment. The carport is in harmony with the ordinance spirit. As stated on the street, there's already 4 carports. We were inspired to build the carport because we have seen our neighbors build it. We also looked around the neighborhood, and most of the houses there do have carports already built with, even if it was built with the house that the year it was built or it was added later on. I do have some evidence with that, with some carports that were built like mine with metal and not just originally with the house. We respectfully ask the board and the chair to approve both the special exception and the variance. We're committed to pulling all required permits and meeting every other development once approved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I don't know when I was supposed to
No,
show my evidence, sorry.
you got 30 seconds. You still want to talk?
It's like the pictures I sent.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to.
Stacy, can you go to the late correspondence?
Yeah, we've got them. We've been looking at them up here.
So as you can see, we do have that proper drainage and a slight where it's like slanted, where the rainfall can just come down the driveway and not into the neighbor's yard. Can we go to the next slides where we show the pictures of the other houses? Well, I also want to say that there's 4 in our street. There's 2 on Galston, I believe it's called. So there's 2 there. As you can see from my street, it looks like 2 of those houses already were built originally when it was made. The other 2 were made after, and those other 2 were when we got inspired to make our own 2. We could go to the next slide.
I think we're about out of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're good. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Someone may have questions for you. You can go back to it, okay? All right. No opposition? Okay, so let's open this up for questions. Anybody have any questions for the applicant? Did you say you did pull a permit on this to begin with, or you didn't?
No, we did not know we needed permits. We already had it built.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
There seems to be a trend. There's a couple other carports that look identical, and really gorgeous carports. But yeah, regardless, I think this person would inform them that they have to get a permit and a special exception.
Okay, I guess we'll close the public hearing and open it up to discussion.
Okay.
Thank you. Steffi.
So I think from one of the pictures we were shown, we see parking on the side of the house. I think since they closed the garage, it would require 3-car parking somewhere, which they've already provided for, and we haven't even been asked for any variance on that because they've already provided. But so the carport, I'm not opposed to a carport in that neighborhood at all. The carport as is goes a little bit into the side yard, which wouldn't be my favorite way to build it for the side neighbor. However, if we make them rebuild the carport not to go into the side yard, they won't be able to access those 2 parking spaces they made on the side of the house. We might go back to that picture, I don't know. So anyway, I'll just say I'm in favor of both these variances, the variance and the special exception.
So I'm not so inclined because the hardship that we normally use to approve these is that they cannot access the backyard. because they don't, the desirable is not to have a carport in front. The ideal is to have it in back, and they have access to the back there. They've already got the concrete poured as a driveway that goes all the way to the back. So, I mean, for the second variance on the side setback, I would probably approve that so that they could continue and go straight into the carport in the back, or even put coverage on the car and make a carport on the side as long as there was drainage. But there's, it does not meet the criteria. I know it's a special exception, not a variance.
Right, doesn't have to have a hardship, and the criteria includes, are there other carports in the neighborhood?
It does, and unfortunately, they just keep their little bunnies.
Did I understand correctly the garage was enclosed this year? 2026, did I hear that?
Yeah.
Did we do a variance hearing on that?
We wouldn't have, we would only have to prove extra parking, which they provided.
That
I
is
thought we had
correct. They did not have to come before the Board of Adjustment because they met the parking requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So in our list of considerations for carport, in our list of considerations for a variance for parking, yes, if there's not enough space along the side of the house to get in the back, that affects us. But in our considerations for a carport, whether they have side space on the side of the house is not one of the considerations.
I also don't have a problem with both variances on this particular street.
I think the staff report said there's been a previous approval by this board.
Recently, we did one on Pensacola.
I'd also like to see where those carports are. I don't see any next to this house. So where in the neighborhood are they? I'm looking on the aerial map as well.
So I'm on Google Maps and I see one directly to the, I guess that would be the east, the 7801. Looks like there's one directly across the street and west one. It also looks like we have a couple favorable emails that came in, one from 7801 and directly across the street speaking in favor of the carport.
Just because there's carports doesn't mean they're all approved.
Correct.
I recognize one of them that we approved recently.
There's one we approved and one is special exception, special considerations, you know, where they don't have to come before us. So that means there are two that we might see later.
You want to make a motion?
I will.
Okay.
I move that we approve BAR 26-044 A and B. And we can take that separately if we need to.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-044 as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member June Witten, second by Board Member Sergio Garza. Roll call vote for variant, for special exception.
Before we do
A.
that, can someone explain the difference between the requirements of a variance versus an exception?
Stacy, can you put the regulations for the board actions for the special exception on the screen, please? Those are for the variance. Do we have another? Okay, It's not on the screen here. The, it's in the staff report, Stacy, in the docket. The ordinance reads, for a special exception, in taking action on an application for a special exception, the Board of Adjustment shall grant the application only when the board determines that A, the use is specifically permitted under this ordinance, B, the location of the proposed activities and improvements is clearly defined on the site plan by the applicant, and C, the exception will be wholly compatible with the existing use and permitted development of adjacent properties, either as filed or subject to such requirements as the board finds necessary to protect and maintain the stability of the adjacent properties. And B, the burden of proof regarding all conditions is on the applicant. Any site or floor plan will become part of the approval of the special exception.
Leave that up for just a second. I'm a slow reader. Okay, thank you.
Would you like us to place the board actions for the variance on the screen?
I don't need that.
Okay,
I would like you to do it for a record.
thank you. Stacy, can you scroll down to, up to the regulations for the, there they are. Yes. And can you switch the page to catch the last 3? Go down 1. Oh, back. There it is.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Do we have a second on that motion?
We have a motion by Board Member Jim Whitten and second by Board Member Garza to approve the request of the applicant. Voting separately. Variant, special exception A, Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
Did I get everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, the motion for special exception fails. Okay, variance B. Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Members Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
I really have questions what number 2 is going to do without number 1. Now we're giving them a side yard setback for any old thing they want to build on the side of the house.
The number 2 is specific to a detached carport. So if they so choose to build a detached carport in the side yard, we're granting a 1-foot side yard setback.
Okay, yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion for variance B passes.
And a side yard carport would not require a special exception.
It would not require a special exception as long as it's not within the front yard of the property. So if it's constructed behind the front wall, it will.
Is there room? It has to be detached.
Okay, thank you. Next case, BAR 26052. If you're here to speak on that, please come to the front. We'll hear from city staff.
The next case is BAR-26-052, located at 3412 Rustwood Court. The subject property is zoned A-10, one family district. The property owner is the Stovestand Family Trust, and the applicant is Alan Stovestand. The applicant is requesting a variance to the A-10 one family district development standards, requiring a minimum 10-foot rear yard setback. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to reduce the required rear yard setback from 10 feet to 5 feet in order to construct an addition to an existing single-family residence. The request results in a 5-foot side deficiency into the required rear yard setback along the southeastern property line. The subject property is a 14,040 square foot interior lot located within a cul-de-sac in an established residential neighborhood. The lot was platted without alley access and is not located within a regulated floodplain. The property contains several mature trees and does not have any significant environmental constraints. Staff notes that there is a 5-foot utility easement located along both the northern and southern property lines. And according to Tarrant County Appraisal District records, the primary residence was constructed in 1980. Staff notes the following lot history. PB 26-05820, it's a residential addition permit for a new garage, currently awaiting client reply, which is pending the outcome of this case. The property was originally zoned A-5 one family district, which required a minimum 5-foot rear yard setback. And in 2008, a city-initiated rezoning changed the zoning designation to A-10 one family district, increasing the minimum required rear yard setback to 10 feet. And in May of 2026, the applicant obtained approval to convert the existing garage into a bedroom, increasing the residence from a 3-bedroom home to a 4-bedroom home. And staff notes that the property currently complies with the required parking standards. This residence is required to provide a minimum of 3 parking spaces, with at least 2 spaces located behind the front building wall, and the applicant continues to meet these requirements. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow construction of an attached garage at the rear of the existing residence. The proposed garage measures approximately 25 feet in width by 26 feet in length, for a total area of approximately 635 square feet. The proposed addition would encroach into the required rear yard setback, resulting in a rear yard setback of 5 feet, where a minimum setback of 10 feet is required. The proposed garage would be accessed by a new concrete driveway extending from Rustwood Court. The driveway is proposed to be approximately 140 feet in length and 14 feet in width. The existing lot coverage on the property is approximately 29.24%. If the proposed garage is approved and constructed, the lot coverage would increase to approximately 33.76%. The A-10 one-family districts allows a maximum lot coverage of 40%. Therefore, the proposed addition will remain within the maximum lot coverage permitted by ordinance. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant will still be required to meet all other applicable zoning, development, and building code regulations. And I am available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Come on up. You have 7 minutes. Give us your name and address, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alan Stovesan at 3412 Rustwood Court.
And Kristen Stovestand at the same address.
We are requesting a variance to add an attached garage to our home. This addition is located at the back of the property, and the plans were carefully designed to align with the existing rear wall. So the addition fits naturally with the home's current footprint and has minimal impact to the surrounding property. It's also worth noting that this addition will not be visible from the street. We became aware of a setback change in 2008 that went from 5 feet to 10 feet. It's my understanding that this zoning change was intended to deter people from splitting their lots into multiple parcels and making changes that would harm the character of the neighborhood, not to prevent reasonable home improvements like mine. This variance request does not violate that intent. I'm not splitting the lot or altering the neighborhood's character. Once we found out about the zoning change, we thought about different changes that we could make in an effort to be able to possibly move the garage somewhere else, which that was not able to do. So I can draw on this, yes? Yes, thank you. Here is a courtyard here. We thought about moving the garage and shifting the garage into the courtyard. However, would you be able to, there's another plan page.
There are currently 2 trees in that courtyard. It is fairly skinny, so it would kind of encroach, I would say, 3/4 of the way, 5 feet.
Can you go to the docket? And
Have a void.
ma'am, can you speak into the microphone, please?
There are currently 2 trees, and if we did we need a full-size garage because we have 2 large cars and we have a lot of things. So, we thought about trying to reduce the garage, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. So if we moved it 5 feet in toward the courtyard, we would be, the drainage would be affected, that we could potentially lose those 2 trees. And there is a drawing somewhere that better elevates what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, all. Oh, here we go. Can that be flipped? So this courtyard here in the center, here we go. This courtyard here has a directional flow with a main drain here in the corner. If the garage is then moved over into the courtyard, we've got some serious sloping issues. The main drain is gone. We'd have to slope everything back towards the main house. And of course, we don't have the height of the footings to be able to do that. So the logical place that we believe is to attach to the existing garage. You'll also notice that the back lot line would be consistent with the new garage, making it look like it was intentional.
So it wouldn't look like it was stepped back or unintentional and again, as Alan said, it is not viewable from the front and the back neighbors have all signed consent.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor or in opposition? Okay, we'll open it up to questions from the board. You just hang tight. Anything? Okay, no questions, so we're going to go ahead and end the public hearing and just open it up to discussion amongst ourselves. Thank you.
I don't have any problems with this. Agreed. Should I go ahead and make a motion? Sure. I move regarding BAR 26-052 that we approve as written.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-052 as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and second by Board Member Jim Whitten. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Whitten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, next case, BAR 26049. Come on up. We'll hear from staff first, but then you have 7 minutes.
The next case is BAR-26-049, located at 4500 Calmont Avenue. The subject property is zoned A-5, one family district. The property owner and applicant is Richard Hardcroft. The applicant is requesting a variance to the A-51 Family District Development Standards, requiring a minimum side yard setback of 10 feet adjacent to a side street. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to reduce the required side yard setback from 10 feet to 7 feet along the eastern property line in order to construct an addition to the existing single-family residence. This request results in a setback deficiency of 3 feet. The subject property consists of 2 rectangular lots located within an established residential neighborhood. The property was originally platted in 1890 and has alley access. The site contains several mature trees and is not located within a regulated floodplain. Staff did not identify any significant environmental constraints, and the property is approximately 6,250 square feet in area and is developed with a single-family residence that was constructed in 1946. Staff notes that the existing residence is considered a legal non-conforming structure because it was originally constructed approximately 7 feet from the eastern property's set line along Western Avenue, where a greater side yard setback is currently required. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow an addition to the existing residence that would maintain and extend the existing encroachment into the side yard setback along the eastern property line. The existing home contains approximately 1,318 square feet of living area and consists of 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The proposed addition is approximately 523 square feet and is intended to replace the existing master bedroom and bathroom with the master suite. The applicant is proposing to maintain a 7-foot setback along the eastern property line, where a minimum setback of 10 feet is required. The existing covered patio located in the rear yard will be demolished and replaced with an uncovered patio. And upon completion of the project, the residence will continue to contain 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The current lot coverage of the property is approximately 32.27%. If the proposed addition is approved and constructed, the lot coverage would increase to approximately 35.54%. The A-5 one-family district allows a maximum lot coverage of 50%. Therefore, the proposed addition would remain well within the maximum lot coverage permitted by ordinance. The applicant will also be required to comply with all applicable building code requirements. These are the proposed elevations. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant will still be required to meet all other applicable zoning, development, and building code regulations, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Come on up. You have 7 minutes. Tell us your name and address, please.
Hi, good afternoon. While they get my presentation loaded up, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Rick Hardkoff. I currently live at 4504 Calmont Avenue, next door. This was my grandfather's house that I inherited, the 4500 address. And yeah, thanks. And then how do I, oop, that was no. Will you guys move through? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So what I am attempting to do is there's a portion of the house that is the rear portion, those last 2 windows that you see. That portion of the house I'd like to remove. It contains a bedroom and a bathroom, and I'd like to rebuild in a better configuration that utilizes the space a little bit better, but that existing portion is over the current setback line. Can you go to the next? So just a little bit of history, or the variance that I'm seeking is the reduction to the 7-foot. And I'd like to clarify this project is in design. We have not started any construction and permits have not been sought yet. Go to the next one. Just a little bit of history. This, as they mentioned, the plat was filed in 1890s. I found the date is 92. It is an original plat. The property has not been replatted at any time since then. The subject property is down in this corner right here. And it is not platted with any build lines on the plat. Go to the next one, please. That is the current site plan, and this section is what I'm looking to remove and rebuild. Can we go to the next one? That shows the demolition. This is the existing bedroom. This is the existing bathroom, and this is a covered porch that I'm proposing to remove. And unfortunately, there was an error in staff's presentation. That is going to become an office, more bonus room. It's not going to be a uncovered patio in that location. I'm hoping to regain some space. Can we go to the next one? Yeah, this next one should show the proposed site plan with the addition. Only that portion in red is what is encroaching on the property. That would be new construction. The existing home, I'm leaving the part of it that would remain. So I tried to design it in a way that would keep that elevation as one kind of front elevation as it currently stands from the street side view. Can we go to the next one? That shows the new proposed layout that I'm hoping that I will be allowed to build. I'm simplifying the roof lines as well as to just kind of one simple peak that will match the existing height of the roof. And I'm proposing a new master bedroom, bathroom, closet. You know, these older homes, I can't, get enough closet space in these. Can we go to the next one? And this is the only variance that I am trying to seek. It meets all of the other requirements for the zoning. As you can see, I'm well under the house height. I've provided all of the parking. I'm under lot coverage. Front setback is met, and the interior side setback is exceeded. Can we go to the next one? Again, this is the request that I am hoping to get is from this 10 feet to 7 feet along that eastern side. Can we go to the next? I have an exhibit here, the next one. From the street, since I couldn't measure property lines since they weren't staked for all of my neighbors, my best guess was to measure from the curb to their houses on this block. And I'm within, building back in the same location, similar properties in the area. The neighbor to the north is at 23. I would be building back at the 21. The neighbors even further across the court, they're even closer at 18 and 17 and a half feet. So I feel like the addition would not be detrimental to the overall feel to the neighborhood, since all of the houses are roughly similar from this section of road. Can we go to the next? In summary, this is what the proposed on the right-hand side. It's going to look very similar to what is currently there. And I have knocked on all of my neighbors. If you can bring up the camera, you can see I've gotten the majority of support from the neighbors within a 300-foot radius, and I've reached out to the neighborhood association. I believe they have also submitted a letter of support for this project. Those are the properties that I was able to reach out to and get support from, and the signatures are shown on the sheets behind.
Good job.
So I don't want to, and I appreciate you guys hearing my case. I fully understand that I don't have any of the hardships that are defined out for you guys to consider, but I still think that this project would be a benefit to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody here to speak in opposition? Nope. Okay, so we're going to open it up to questions from the panel.
I don't have any questions, but very good presentation, very detailed. Thank you.
All right, we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll open it up to discussion. Or motion.
I don't see a problem with this. It's not an HOA, I don't think, but there was a letter of support for the organization, I guess, that oversees this neighborhood, and they are in favor of taking and updating, revitalizing some of the older homes. So if there's no dispute among us, I'd like to make a motion.
I just have one observation. In terms of hardship, it seems like the 7-foot rear setback was in existence, was it compliant at the time the house was built?
Yeah, it's,
And
you could consider that a hardship.
I consider,
I did
but
when
because
I saw it.
because the zoning law has changed on them, that they can't, that it would make it incompatible to make this change that would be consistent with the rear of the house. So that's where I consider the hardship to be, despite the applicant. Like that's where it is for me.
Okay. So BAR 26-049, approve as written.
Second.
Make a motion, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion for case BAR-26-049 to approve the request as written by the applicant. The motion made by Board Member Jana Herrera and second by Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
It's been requested we take a, thank you, congratulations. Been requested we take a short break, 10 minutes. 10-minute break. Thank you.
Stacy, can you reset Board Member Hook's microphone? Can you reset them all, please? And everyone
Testing.
make sure the green light is on.
Testing, testing. Okay.
Yes.
BAR
2.
26028. If you're here to speak on that, please come to the front.
The property is located at 2210 Weatherby Street. The subject property is zoned A-5, one-family residential district. The property owners are Christian and Chris Gilliland, and the applicant is Seth Fowler. The applicant is requesting 2 variances related to an existing rear deck accessory structure. Variance A is a request to reduce the required side yard setback from 5 feet to 1 foot 6 inches along the eastern property line, resulting in a deficiency of 3 feet 6 inches. Variance B is a request to exceed the maximum permitted height for a non-habitable accessory structure. The zoning ordinance limits non-habitable accessory structures to 10 feet in height, and the applicant is requesting a height of 14 feet, resulting in an increase of 4 feet above the maximum allowed height. The subject property is a 9,369 square foot interior lot located within an established neighborhood. The property was replatted in 1991 and has alley access. The site is generally flat with a slightly sloping front yard and is not located within a regulated floodplain. The property contains several mature trees, and staff did not identify any significant environmental constraints. No utility easements were identified on the submitted plat or survey. The property is zoned A-5, one-family residential district. The property has the following relevant permit history. Staff notes that the property previously received Board of Adjustment approval to allow a porta cochere and a detached garage to encroach into the required setbacks. PB 26-02003 is for a 120 square foot covered patio with a wooden deck, currently awaiting client reply, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one-family district development standard requiring a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet to allow an existing rear porch accessory structure on a one-family dwelling to encroach into the required side yard along the eastern property line. The proposed 114.2 square foot rear porch accessory structure is 11 feet by 11 inches wide by 9 feet 7 inches deep, with decking 4 feet above grade and stairs with 3 risers. The rear deck is 1 foot 6 inches from the side yard property line, which is deficient from the standard by 3 feet 6 inches. The applicant is also requesting an additional variance to the requirement that non-habitable accessory structures shall be limited to 10 feet in height to allow construction of a 14-foot non-habitable accessory structure, a deck. The height of the non-habitable accessory structure may be increased to a maximum height of 12 feet, provided that for each additional foot in height over 10 feet, the accessory building is set back an additional 2 feet from the rear and side setback requirements of the district applicable in the residential use. The proposed height exceeds the allowance of 10 feet by 4 feet. The lot coverage with the deck is 26.04%, where there is a 50% maximum lot coverage. If the variance requests are approved, the applicant will be required to meet all other development standards and regulations. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant will still be required to meet all other applicable zoning development and building code regulations, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Anybody? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Come on up. You have 7 minutes. Give us your name and
Hi,
address.
thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Seth Fowler. I live at 2412 Westbrook. I can still keep going, right? All right. I appreciate it. You ready? Okay. 2412 Westbrook in Fort Worth, 76116. I'm here representing the Gilliland family on this house that they purchased in 2019. The house was actually built in 1919 and is full of hardship. So let's get after that. 2 variances. So the first one is the request to build this wooden landing for egress purposes off the living room and to connect the back of the house. So the hardship is that if you look at the site plan, the property line is the house. You don't see that very often, but if you, can you show them site plan? So at some time in the past 100 and so many years, the property line has changed, and so there was actually a bump out of 1 feet, I said 1.08 of about 13 feet, just to allow for the existing, probably built in 1917, who knows, fireplace to go there. So that's our hardship. There is no 5-foot side setback. The fence is literally the property line. If you'll look at, I have a photo of where the existing egress is from the proposed landing. If we were to move the proposed structure 5 feet in, you would actually have a door that you would walk out into space. You would fall right into nothing. So we just don't have the space. So that's a good hardship for us. It is going to obviously comply with all the building. It being within the 5-foot side setback, it will have to be fire rated, and I'll have to pass through all the codes and structures like that. On the second variance that we're asking for, so this structure from ground to apex is 14 feet high. We have to be within 10 feet. However, here comes hardship number 2. The slope of the land, you will see that the topography, the house actually has a 4-foot foundation skirt around it because of the way that it's sloped and has been that way. So we're having to build up this structure 4 feet. The actual structure is 10 feet in total height from floor to height, so it's not a 14-foot structure. I did see a letter of opposition talking about a 2-story sun deck or something. That's not the case. This actually, at 14 feet, let's see, there is a photo. It mimics, do you have this photo? If not, I can give it to you. So this is exactly the same height as an existing structure that has been on the property for a number of years. In fact, we wanted to stay within the consistency and the design of the neighborhood. Therefore, we built the same, here you go. So that's why we built it to look that way. However, if you say, hey, you don't need your 4 feet, we'll take it down. The 10-foot structure becomes a 6-foot structure. So I would open the door for egress, and I would have to duck down because the door height is 6'8". Also, code requires at least, so there's the existing structure on the far right at 14 feet high, and there's the proposed structure that is also 14 feet high. So there's some symmetry in the architecture there. So if we didn't have that 4 feet on the foundation skirt to build this structure up, we wouldn't have legal egress because it wouldn't be 7'6". So that's what we're asking for, and I'd be happy to field any questions. Also have an, yes ma'am.
Okay, I think I'm confused. So the picture I'm looking at right now is existing.
The picture that is gray, that is existing. That's been there for who knows how long. The picture, the photo, on the left, that's the unpainted, that's the proposed structure. So originally, the contractor built this out of a safety precaution because of egress, because there's a door that's opening into nothing. Then we were informed, hey, you need to get, because we're into this 5-foot side setback, you need to get a variance for that. And so we stopped construction, and that's where we are today.
Okay, but what it's going to look like when it's done is this painted up and finished?
It's going to be painted. It's not going to be bricked. It will still be the siding, the composite siding. It will be fire rated for all kinds of, for building code as well.
Okay. Just trying to get some.
There you go.
I have
It's
a
late,
question.
I understand.
So you said ideally, I just lost my picture. Can we pull up the picture where it shows in the presentation where we can see the back door?
Is it this?
Hey, Jenna, hold on for a second. We need to see if
Okay.
there's opposition first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Before we,
Did you want to speak? I'll let somebody else speak as well. And
where are we on our time?
3 minutes.
Okay, come on up.
Yeah, thank you all for your consideration. My name is Chris Gilliland. I live at 2210 Weatherby. Like Seth said, and we've been there since 2019. We've done, obviously, it's a over 100-year-old home. Since we moved in there with my wife and our 2 children, we've done a lot to update the property and a lot to make it more livable, and we've kind of continued that from the inside out. This structure off the back allows us access into our backyard. Obviously, the sequence of events are off because it's built and we're here, but that's unfortunate. So I don't have anything else to say. Yeah, I think Seth said everything. I thank y'all for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Come on up, please. Give us your name and address.
Microphone, please.
Microphone. Hi, I'm Randy Sonati, and I live at 2208 Weatherby Street. And before the clock starts ticking, I'd like to say I am the immediate adjacent neighbor directly impacted by the encroachment at 2210 Weatherby Street. Before we begin, I formally am requesting a 30-day continuance of this case to the next scheduled meeting. This structure involves complex issues regarding unpermitted construction, severe setback violations, and fire codes. I am currently in the process of retaining legal counsel to represent my property rights and present full documentation. To ensure due process and a complete record for the board, I respectfully ask for a 30-day postponement.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And if you're going to consider that, but okay. Sure. So, board members, a variance is meant to be a rare mechanism of relief for a property owner suffering from an inescapable hardship due to the land itself. It is not a tool to retroactively legalize unpermitted illegal construction. What we are looking at today is a total and flagrant disregard for the zoning laws, building codes, and municipal authority of the city of Fort Worth. The owners of 2210 Weatherby Street did not make an honest mistake. They knowingly attempted to bypass the city's permitting process. They submitted woefully incomplete applications to the building department. Most egregiously, when city inspectors discovered the violations and issued a stop work order, the owners made a conscious decision to defy the city. They ignored the red tag and rushed the structure to completion. They are now asking the board to reward that defiance by granting them a retroactive variance. Under Texas law, a variance cannot be granted for a self-imposed or purely economic hardship. This property does not have an odd lot shape. It does not have unusual punishing topography. The hardship here is entirely self-imposed, born out of their own design choices and a desire to overbuild the lot. To understand the scale of this violation, look at the timeline of deception. The applicants didn't submit plans to ask for permission. They submitted them as a cover-up after they had already built the structure. During the plans examiner's review, she found the deliberate lies and she laid out the fraud. She asked for a clarification based on a complaint, CC 25-00769. The door leading into this structure was replaced and the opening was widened. She noted that no permit existed. She asked them to apply for a remodel permit. Then she said that the plan examiner explained that based on the plan submitted, the structure wasn't 120 square feet, but it's actually 150 square feet. Since a 361 square foot accessory structure already exists on the property, they are over the maximum 200 square foot by 311 square feet. That's 2.5 times the 200 square feet that's allowed by Fort Worth zoning. She also notes the plan shows the structure only 9 inches from the property line. She asked for a new plan adhering to the 5-foot setback. Members of the board, they showed 9 inches, they built no inches, and now they're asking for 1.5 feet. If you grant this variance request, do you really think they're going to tear 1.5 feet off this building? That fence is a fence I bought, or I built. And that fence is completely 100% on my property. As you can see, their structure is overhanging that fence. And it's probably 6 inches off the property line. But the property line goes right, except for a couple feet, it goes right to the corner, the back corner of their house. As the directly adjacent neighbor, this structure causes me direct, daily, permanent harm in 3 ways. Fire safety code compliance. The 5-foot setback is not arbitrary. It is vital mutual protection mandate designed to prevent fire from jumping between structures. By building an unpermitted electrified structure directly on our shared property line, they have eliminated my fire buffer. To make matters worse, they have already installed a gas-fired cooking appliance / smoker inside this illegal structure. They have introduced an active fire source directly onto the property line, stripping away the basic fire protections afforded me and my family by the City of Fort Worth Code. Drainage and water runoff. Building directly on the property line completely alters the natural drainage of the lots. They are now funneling massive amounts of rainwater from their main roof onto the roof of this illegal structure. Through their gutter system, they are dumping that concentrated water directly onto the property line. It has nowhere to go but to flood onto my property, creating severe long-term drainage issues for my land. And you can see the gutters. Financial harm and property aesthetics. This massive looming encroachment is an unavoidable eyesore. It directly compromises my property value, harms my title cleanliness, and creates a legal cloud over the future saleability of my home. Furthermore, it impacts our entire street. Weatherby Street holds some of the highest property values in Mistletoe Heights. Allowing an illegal, overbuilt structure to stand compromises the historic character and aesthetic integrity of one of the most sought-after neighborhoods in Fort Worth. If this board grants a variance today, it sets an incredibly dangerous precedent for the City of Fort Worth. It tells every developer and homeowner that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, that you can ignore stop work orders, build whatever you want, and the Board of Adjustments will rubber stamp it later. I urge the board to protect the integrity of our zoning laws, protect my rights as a tax-paying property owner, and deny this variance request. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to make a point that they said they built this because the door, well, they widened the door, and I have a picture showing there was steps. So this wasn't an egress. It's all based on lies. It's all based on smoke and mirrors. They had steps there, but they chose to change it for something that they want and forget the rules of law.
Would you like to submit that picture?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, you guys have 4 minutes to respond. I'm sorry, 3 minutes to respond.
I'm not sure the exact measurements, except I measured 1 foot 6 inches from the existing fence to the actual structure. So I think there was some miscommunication. We've asked for 7 permits. You know, this is not something that's deceptive or being harmful. What else is interesting is that we have support from neighbors not only on this street, but behind this street. They understand that this is a 100-plus-year-old neighborhood, and we're keeping that charm and character of that neighborhood. We're not tearing stuff down and building ugly things. We're staying within the hardships of the neighborhood. So I don't see where things are self-imposed, because we can't help the grade of the land. We can't help where the doors and openings and egress are. But would you like to say anything else? I'll cede my time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for consideration. I think what was alluded to, yeah, is that we had hired a local contractor to build this, and when they built it, I found out that it wasn't permitted, so I've had to start this process, and Seth has helped me out, obviously. Yeah, the door's been there. It is not within 5 feet of the setback, the door itself. So that's what Seth alluded to. There's no way to even get out the door with allowing a 5-foot setback to that property. Also, what he said about the runoff on the gutters is completely inaccurate, since we have French drains that drain all that into the alley. In fact, I've installed extra French drains for his runoff that floods my pool, or sorry, floods my backyard every time it rains. I don't know. I think that's all I have to say about it in rebuttal. I can't address every one of those exaggerations and lies that this person presented, but if anyone has individual questions for me to address, I'd be more than happy to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, sir. If someone
I'm
has
available also for questions.
Yeah, somebody may get to you. Okay, we'll open this up for questions.
I have a question
Either
for
side.
the homeowner. So where was your back door before you started any construction?
Right there. That door has been there.
And how did you get out?
There were steps.
Are there steps in this picture, Stacy, where we could see it?
There's, I don't know.
No, the picture that the gentleman that lives next door.
The picture that's on the dock cam, does it show steps?
I'm trying to see what it looked like before.
There,
That is, by the way, a picture of what the deck overlooks, which is this concrete pad that he has. It's not actually up against his house.
no. The picture submitted by Mr. Randy.
Here's another one.
Next one.
That one, scoot that one. Yeah, scoot that
Yeah,
one.
the steps are there. They're that
Oh, okay.
bottom part.
Is this the
So-
full picture?
Yeah, this one's good because it's showing, I'm trying to understand before
scoot
the
it- scoot that
construction.
photo
was-
Those aren't, and those steps are not within the 5-foot setback. That door, the whole door is not within 5 feet. That's why we're asking for this exception.
So I'm just trying to understand what it was before. So you had a way to get out the back door through some steps down into your backyard, correct?
Yes.
Without having to build up like where you are now.
Yes. Yes, I guess so, to answer your question.
And you just didn't have like a patio. So you're,
Yeah, we didn't have a cover. The cover wasn't there, so it got rain on that door every time we came in and out. We got rained on. Yeah, and the steps just weren't safe going down, coming right out the back door and going straight down steps. That's why we wanted to add this landing, which is a big landing, to be able to get out under the rain and then down into the steps. I have 2 small children, and going up and down those steps just wasn't always the best way to do it.
Emily, can you make the steps more visible in this photo, please?
Can you reduce the zoom?
There we go.
of this?
Perfect.
So originally, if I'm standing inside your home and I walk out, there was nothing to the left, correct? It was just basically your back door and then the steps.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
There was a mention of a gas cooker of some kind.
It's a
What is that?
it's a grill. It's a pellet grill, actually, not gas. Just like a grill,
Like a propane
pellet, like wood pellets. Yeah.
pellets, okay. And that's I take it it's portable? You can
Yeah,
put that
it's
anywhere.
sitting up there right now, but it's not a permanent addition to that structure.
Okay, thank you.
And so your house sits on 0, right?
What's that?
Your house sits at the 0 line, right?
Yeah, so there's a 1 foot from that brick wall you see to the property line, and it's less than that, I believe, where the fireplace sticks out. And both sides of our house are like 1 feet. I don't know how that ever got done, but that's what it is.
The fireplace hangs over into.
It doesn't hang over because if you go back to the property line, you'll see it goes down and then actually goes around our fireplace and then back.
And when was this house built? That part of the house?
Don't know. I have pictures back to the 50s that show that both the whole house, the footprint, the way it is.
Page 440 of the docket.
Okay, thanks.
1917, according to that.
Anybody else have questions?
I guess I'm not talking. I'll answer. I guess we did have our neighbors. We talked to all but one of our neighbors is perfectly happy with this addition, and so.
Okay, thanks. All right, Kay.
I have a question, but I think it's a staff question, or just an assumption on my part. Which of course, but we are not seeing a variance for the amount of accessory structures, so that they are falling within the zoning. Just wanted to, yeah.
Yes, there are other structures on this property. However, it's a carport and a garage, and those are exempt from the chart that outlines the amount of non-habitable accessory areas they can have on their property.
So they meet the zoning code there.
Yes.
And when being attached, it's still considered an accessory?
Yes, this structure is considered an accessory.
I have one more question for you, sir, if I could. You had mentioned asking for a continuance or some time.
Yes.
What do you hope to gain by that?
I'm retaining legal counsel, and if this decision is made the wrong way, not in my favor, then I will bring lawsuit. It's wrong what they've done. That's wrong. It's not a garage. It is a building. There's no garage door on it. You can't put a car in that building. There's no door for a car. So they're misleading, and that is an accessory structure, and they've already exceeded the property by 2.5 times, 561 feet. They're only supposed to get 200. It's not a garage. I have a picture. Show them the picture that I showed you. That was the third one of that structure. You can't get a car in there. And that's it in the back corner. There's no garage door on the front of it. Sorry, the trees are blocking it a little bit, but there's no garage door.
Okay, thanks.
It's a workshop.
What was your
Plans examiner said that it is an accessory structure. And the building department officials agree with her, everything she has said. That's an accessory structure. They're over the limit by 361 feet.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So we can just make a decision on what's presented before us. Right. And then what's presented before us is the that we're close, if we can go beyond the setback. And that's all we can vote on today, correct?
For the setback and the height of the structure.
Height, I have no problem with. Matches the other side. Setback, there was a pre-existing exit, and the way it looks like in the pictures of the neighbor, it seems to be a little sparse, you know, little, nice to have that landing when you walk out there. But I don't have a problem with either height or setback.
This is Johnston. We typically have granted continuances when one of the parties have requested them. And so I would move to grant a continuance of this matter until
But this part,
July.
the party requesting today is the next door neighbor, not the party, not the applicant.
I understand, but we have two people involved here, and so, you know, we can decide it, we can vote not to have a continuance, but I would move to have a continuance to continue this matter until the July meeting.
I don't agree.
I don't see the logic in that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This gentleman,
We could have neighbors coming and constantly asking us for continuance. So I think we need to decide today, based on what the applicant has put before us, if we agree or don't agree.
Right.
It's my feedback.
I have a question. What is the minimum landing size coming out of a primary structure?
I don't believe we have any regulations for landing.
Well, zoning does not, but building does. And I don't know what those are.
We're not privy to building code at this time.
My feedback is I can't approve the 14 feet in height. My initial thought is no on variance A. But their lot line, they don't have 5 feet, right, to their lot line. So I'm not sure how we say no.
How would you remedy the height?
I don't have any problem with the 14 feet because 4 of that feet is just bringing it up so that you step out onto something flat instead of stepping down.
But I think they have room where they could actually bring it down and not have that be as close to the lot line. There's plenty of room to the right. So they could have steps down and then do a patio that's down lower. They don't, that's their choice to build it up. That's just me.
Yeah, and
They don't
for
have
me-
to build
For
this
me, I
up.
don't want to open a door and step down or step up into the home. I want to be able to go in and out safely, get my bearings, and then do stairs.
Well, they've done that for a number of years without building this landing patio, whatever you want to call it. So if it had been that important when they built not built the house, when they moved in, I would have thought that would have been something that would have been more urgency. That's just my feedback.
The difference is the 14 feet is because of the roof. You know, I still would want,
And they're also going for symmetry with the peaked roof on the other side
yeah,
of the
it's
house.
design, yeah.
There's still the same staircase attached to this thing, just on the other side of it. The stairs are still there.
Yes, but you're not walking.
if we start enforcing a 10-foot attached porch in Fort Worth, how many houses would we have to wipe out to meet that zoning code?
I don't think that's what we're talking about.
I know, but that's, for an attached porch to only be 10 feet tall is a crazy piece of zoning code that probably needs to be fixed.
That's the height to the cover. If it was uncovered, I don't think we'd be talking about this.
I know, but
And he wants to cover it, which I understand from the elements going in and out.
When we grant the 1 foot 6 inches, that's all the way down the fence line, right? It's all the way, the whole side of that property, not just where this patio is, right?
So I think it's as written.
Total side yard setback, 1.6.
We had that discussion earlier, and I think that we decided it was just for what's being proposed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for the deck.
Just for the portion, what's being, okay.
Before we continue discussion or motions, I want to understand, Board Member Johnson, was that a motion that you made for a continuance?
Did, yes.
All right. Before we have another motion, if we're getting there, let's clarify if we got a second for that motion.
I second.
So we do have a motion for a second for a continuance. If there are no other motions, we will vote on the continuance. If there are other motions, the continuance will go first, and then we vote on the other motions because the continuance takes precedence.
So at this time, Mr. Sonati, Mr. Gillen, thank you both for your presentations. I also live in Mistletoe, so I understand many hardships that actually happen with these 100-plus-year-old homes, the lot lines being just all over the place, and there's a lot of discrepancies that have to be figured out, and there's also a lot of variances that are approved all over the neighborhood. So preferentially, a continuance, if that may happen, so be it. But if not, I do think that we should at least vote in regards to what the applicant has presented.
I got to say, I'm strongly opposed to a continuance so the next door neighbor can prepare his lawsuit. I just don't think that's what we need to do. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we.
Wait, we got a motion for a continuance in a second.
Right.
We need to
So
vote on that.
So she want to make a substitute motion.
Substitute motion to approve the variance as written in today's agenda.
Now she needs a second.
Second.
All right, now we have the motion for continuance will take precedence, so we'll vote on that first. Then, if that fails, we will vote on the alternate motion to approve as written.
All right. So we have a motion to continue case BAR-26-028 to the July public hearing.
Excuse me.
Nope.
Excuse me. We finna vote on the continuance. The substitute motion goes first, right?
A motion for continuance takes precedence over a motion to approve, so the motion for continuance is the first
Oh,
vote.
you talking about,
If it fails, then
specific.
we will go to the other.
is that, can you provide a penal code with that the a motion for continuance is, supersedes the substitute motion?
Motions for continuance are subordinate, or excuse me, or a primary motion because it can continue it. So basic parliamentary procedure, it takes precedence over a motion to approve or deny.
But my question was, could you provide a code with that? Under what section?
Yeah, so our rules, we have our rules, and then they defer to Robert's rules to fill in any gaps, so that comes from Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, but in Robert's Rules of Order, that's what I'm asking you. Again, could you provide that
No,
information?
I don't have it sitting in front of me. It's basic parliamentary procedure that a motion continue.
Let's take the word of counsel and move on, please.
The word of counsel, but if you want to look at it, I have it. Yeah, I have a brochure here too, but we need to.
It's not that I'm not taking the word of counsel. No, I'm not. You don't tell me what I'm doing. I have the right to ask him. For y'all who may not hear Herrera down here trying to tell me I'm doing something opposite. I have the right. Everybody up here on this council have a right to ask legal any questions that they want clarification from or whatever. They have a right. Just like we have a right to ask staff any questions anytime they presenting a case before us. So don't tell me that I'm doing something different.
I think legal's answered the best he can at this time, so
Thanks. Yeah, we'll be happy to talk to you afterwards if you have other questions.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and take the vote for the continuance. As Trey has stated, if the continuance fails, then we'll vote on a substitute motion to approve the request as written. Okay, so we have a motion to continue case BAR-26-028. Motion made by Board Member Johnston and second by Board Member King. Roll call vote, Board Member Jim Whitten,
No.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
No.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
No.
Board Member James Hook,
no.
Board Member Sandra King,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
No.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa,
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
No.
The motion to continue this case fails. Now we have a substitute motion to approve the case as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Kay Duffy and second by Board Member Herrera. Roll call vote, Board Member,
Could I request that we vote on these separately?
yes, I'll take the vote separately. Sorry, just making my notes. Okay, roll call vote for variance A is regarding the side yard setback. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa,
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
Variance A passes. Roll call vote for variance B, which is related to the height of the structure. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
No.
Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King,
No.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
No.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa,
No.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion to approve variance B fails.
Okay, thank you. All right, next case, BAR 26038. Staff will present this. Yeah, please come on up to the front, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Now we'll hear case BAR-26-038. The address of the property is 5319 Quail Run. The owners are James and Eden Delaney. They'll be able to correct that pronunciation. I'm sorry. The applicant is Danielle Moore. The zoning of the property is A-5, one family district. So the applicant is requesting two variances today. Variance A is to the requirement that accessory structures are not permitted in the front yard to allow the construction of a habitable accessory structure, pool house, within the required front yard setback. Variance B is to the requirement that front yard setback in residential district shall be the platted building line to allow the construction of the habitable accessory structure with a reduced front yard setback where a 25-foot platted building line applies. along the northern property line. The applicant is requesting a 10-foot setback. The subject property is an irregularly shaped lot with curvular frontage along Quail Run Street. The property was replatted from 2 lots into 1 lot in 2018 and contains mature trees and an approximate 20.6% downward slope from the rear of the property toward Quail Run Street. The property is located within the FEMA flood, is not located within the FEMA floodplain. The lot history, last year, the board approved 2 variances for this case. However, the variances has expired, so that is what brings the applicants before us today, and also the history of the replat that was approved in 2018. Here's the site plan. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a non-habitable accessory structure within the front yard setback. Section 5.300F says accessory structures not permitted in the front yard. It states that accessory structures shall not be erected within the front yard, including the minimum front yard, established front yard, or projected front yard. And here's an outline of where that structure is. And also an outline showing the curvular frontage of the street. Variance B, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow a reduced front yard setback of 10 feet where a 25-foot platted front yard setback applies along the northern property line. And here is where the 10 feet is being requested and the platted building line showing 25 feet. Here are the regulations for the accessory structure. Here are the regulations for the yard. And here are the board actions. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Mr. Garcia?
So this got approved once before?
Yes, so last year the applicant actually is a little bit different because the applicant had a pool cabana here. They've received a raising permit to remove that pool cabana. Last year, the applicant came before us to convert that pool cabana from a non-habitable accessory structure to a habitable accessory structure, but due to some constraints the applicant can explain further, they've decided to demolish that pool cabana, which is a non-habitable accessory structure, and to construct a brand new habitable accessory structure within the same footprint of the previous pool cabana.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Come on up. 7 minutes. Tell us your name and address.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Pointer. I reside at 1724 Dakar Road West, Fort Worth, Texas, 76116. I'm the Director of Construction for David Lewis Builders, representing James and Eden DeLon. Danielle was the applicant, but she couldn't be here today, so I'm the lucky one. Can I And like she stated, this was applied for back in April of 2025 and approved. Oh, that's upside down. Yeah, there we go. And both variances that we're applying for today were, like I said, approved back then on April 16th for BAR 25-027. And the new structure that's going back where the old one on the same footprint is that lower right-hand picture. Yeah, and so from the variance that we applied for that was approved last, nothing has changed per the project. The project manager that we had on the project mishandled it and let the variance expire. And so here I am today reapplying. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay, we'll open it up for questions if anybody has any questions for the applicant. questions? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and then open it up for discussion.
I'd like to make a motion. For BAR-26-038, approve as written.
Second.
And I would request that they be taken together.
What?
Whoa,
What the heck?
Mr. Separation.
Okay.
4:03 p.m.
Yeah, that's what happens, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion for case BAR-26-038 to approve the request as written. Motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Deborah Freed. Roll call vote. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
That's a yes from Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez. The motion passes.
Okay, so next up is BAR 26038. No, I'm sorry. We just heard that one, didn't we? 050, BAR 26050.
And I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay,
This one.
no problem.
Mr. Whidden, if you want, we can escort you downstairs or we'll see you next month. This is the last case of the day.
You're going to have to come back.
Okay, have a great evening. I would like to take a second to introduce Rosalie Rivera. Rosalie is a plans examiner on the zoning plan review team. She's supervised by Maribel Pena, and she is presenting her first case before us today.
Good day, members, board members.
Welcome.
Today we are discussing or presenting to you the case BAR 26050. It's for the address 3623 Encanto Drive, owner being Robert Robert and Ellen Rogers. The applicant will be Robert and Ellen Rogers. The zoning is A43, one family district, and it also happens to be having an overlay within the TCU district. The variance that is being requested today is a variance to the A43 district development standard requiring a minimum side yard setback of 25 feet to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, which will be an attached screen porch to encroach into the side yard along the northwestern property line. The required minimum side yard setback for the district of A43 is 25 feet. They are wanting to do an attached screen porch, which will have a side setback of only 9 feet. There's also a second variance for height, where the variance per the 5.301B1D accessory uses on residential lots are only allowed, or the maximum height allowed is 10 feet. They are requesting the height of 20 feet and 4 inches. This is due to an existing structure that they are attaching to, which will be shown here in the next slides. The subject property is a 1-acre interior lot located within an established residential neighborhood and the TCU Residential Overlay District, which is intended to preserve existing single-family neighborhoods and ensure compatibility of uses and development. The site is relatively flat, was originally platted without alley access, and contains several mature trees. A small portion of regulated floodplain is located along the rear property line. According to Tarrant Appraisal District records, the primary residence was constructed in 1950. The existing detached garage, which the applicant states was constructed with the home, is located behind the front wall of the residence and is approximately 600 square feet. The garage was also constructed per TAD with the home in 1950. Here's the lot history of some ordinances and building permits that have been pulled for this residence. There was a city-initiated zoning change that was conducted back in 2006, where originally this lot was an A5, which only required a 5-foot side setback. Well, when it went to A43, of course, then it required a larger one. Garage was already built with the home, so it was built within or more within that 5 feet. The applicant requests a variance to allow the proposed non-habitable accessory structure, which is an attached screen porch, to encroach into the side yard setback, creating a 9-foot side yard where a minimum side yard setback of 25 feet is required. The request would allow an encroachment of 16 feet into the required side yard setback. And here's the roof line is going to be with the garage. The applicant requests a variance to allow the non-habitable accessory structure to be aligned with the existing roof line of the garage, which is 20 feet 4 inches, which is measured to the top of the chimney. Variance B, the habitable accessory structures to a maximum height of 10 feet with a maximum height of 12 feet permitted when additional setbacks are provided. The proposed structure exceeds the maximum permitted height by 10 feet 4 inches. The applicant is requesting the variance to allow construction of a 429 square foot non-habitable accessory structure, which is a screen porch attached to the rear of the existing detached garage located on the southwest portion of the lot. The proposed structure includes a fireplace and chimney that exceeds the maximum height allowed, and the structure encroaches into the side yard setback. This is a very large lot. The lot coverage is currently at 0.05%, where 30% is allowed. If the porch is approved, the total lot coverage remains at 0.05%, which is within the allowed coverage. The applicant is required to meet all building code regulations. The proposal is required to meet all other development regulations. Here are the 2 ordinances that apply to this case today. And that'll be all. Thank you so much, y'all.
All right, can we hear from the applicant, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any questions for me?
Oh, no questions. We're good.
Y'all gonna see me again. It'll be better next time.
You did great. You did great. Okay, we'll hear from the applicant now. Come on up. Give us your name and your address, please.
I'm Robert Rogers. I live at 3623 Encanto.
And I'm Ellen Rogers.
The presentation was perfect. I think the only thing I'd like to add to this application is, and we have pictures if you want to see them, the garage currently, you would not really see this extension from the street. It just is exactly perpendicular and back into the backyard. Our immediate neighbor to the northwest has seen the plans. They're in favor of it. If you want to see the pictures, there is a very substantial shrub barrier between our 2 homes. So there's not really a significant view from their home, which was built just in the past couple of years, to ours, which was built in 1950.
Also, we do, and we have talked to the neighbors, and they've signed they're all in agreement with it. They've come over and looked, and so we feel good about that.
Okay, thank you.
And you do have a letter from the most affected neighbor.
Appreciate it. Okay, is there any opposition here to speak? Okay, do you have any questions? May you have any questions for the applicant?
This is Johnston. I'm looking at the site plan, and it looks like because your property line is not exactly up and down, so to speak, it looks like there's a portion of the screen porch that's closer to the property line than the back of the porch.
Yes, that's correct. As the porch goes further to the south, basically, it gets further from the property line.
And I think I'm reading this correctly.
Yes.
It says that it's
Microphone, please, Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry. I think I'm looking at this correctly. At the back corner of the screen porch closest to your property line, it looks like that distance is 10.5 feet.
Yes, and we also received another site plan that was submitted for the portion that is directly attached to the garage
Yeah.
at measured at 9 feet. So that's what we have before you is the distance of the porch that's closest to the property line.
So, yeah, so it runs from 9.5 feet to 10.5.
And it goes to 10.5 feet.
So if you average those out, it'd be around, I think if my math is correct, that would average at 10 feet between those two numbers. Hey.
For a lawyer.
A lawyer doing math, amazing, okay. And it's also, as I understand it, the height issue, the 20 feet 4 inches is the top of the chimney.
Yes.
Do we know what the top of the ridge of the garage is?
Yes, Mayor Rosalie, can you flip back to the other way?
Oh,
Well, the applicant may be able to tell us the height of the existing garage. Oh, we have some technical difficulties.
there we go.
It appears, I believe it's 13 feet.
It's 13, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And as you can see, there's a slope in the property down.
okay.
Okay, I have a question for staff.
So it's higher on one end.
How do we decide that the chimney is the height? I mean, it looks to me like
The microphone, please.
Oh, it appears to me the little pig floating up in the sky is taller than the chimney. How do we decide the chimney is the height we're aiming for the variance?
So the chimney is the height of the structure. The little pig is an accessory that it is something decorative. So we just took the measurement to the tallest point of the actual structure, which is the chimney.
And the chimney height is regulated by fire code, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll close this public hearing and open it up for discussion or a motion.
Usually we have someone on the board who lives in the area can give us a little insight on
I used to live across the street.
perfect insight.
Pretty good, pretty close.
It's close. Yeah, no, these lots are big, and I could, those on that side of the street have I was not on that side of the street. They're very beautiful lots. So, and very, lots of landscaping, so I can understand why you would not see this from the road. One of the things that gets me, and this has been a conflict with me for many cases, and I think it's something that may be needed to revisit in terms of the code itself. I don't know. But we have this code for the height of a non-habitable structure. And I know that the intent of that was so that we don't get these ridiculously huge storage sheds. But we see more and more applications now for people wanting to design outdoor living spaces. So technically, it's non-habitable, but it's habitable part of the time. And you don't habit a space, even part of the time, typically that's 10 feet when you've got, I don't know. But I think that restriction prevents people from building like this is, a nice way to use your outdoor yard, especially when you have a big, beautiful yard like this. But anybody that wants to do a screen gazebo or something like that. So I'm getting a lot looser than I used to be on this variance. So I really have no problem with either of these. The side setback primarily because when it was, the garage is already there, and it was legal when it was A5 zoning. So this is just a continuation of the same building. So I'm
I
fine
also
with
have
all
a
of it.
problem a lot of times when they measure from where? The topography sometimes, not a fence, the topography will change. Where do you measure from? And if you're following the roof line of the house to have uniformity, you're gonna be in violation of that. So I have no problem with either of these to end the day.
Okay, can we have a motion?
Sure. If I can find the right case number here. Okay. Regarding BAR 26-050, I move that we approve variances A and B, and we will vote on them separately.
This time. Do we have a second?
Oh, second, I'll do that.
We have a motion to approve case BAR-26-050 as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Deborah Freed and second by Board Member Jana Herrera. The roll call vote will be taken separately. Variance A, Board Member Jim Whitten.
Not here.
Oh, I'm sorry. He recused. Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes?
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
Variance A passes. Variance B, vote please. Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes?
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
No.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
Board Member Madison Gutierrez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Barely. Thank you
Can
for
you
waiting all
reset
day.
Mr. Hook's microphone, please?
Meeting is adjourned. I'll see you guys next month.
So where do you live in Mistletoe?